Welcome, fake nerds, to episode 287 of the Fake Nerd Podcast, where we're here to discuss how when you trust in nature, capitalism will find a way to destroy your privately owned crops.
Woo!
So we're going to be diving into Jurassic World Dominion today. We are sans Ben. Ben is taking mental health time and personal time, and we support his endeavors in that regard. Ben did mention to me he was going to try to send his thoughts about both our film and our book club today. It hasn't happened yet, but if they come through while we're recording, great.
I also want to say, before you introduce me, I also want to say I texted him saying, look, because he's ghosted me the whole weekend. I just want like, hey, if I'm sending you an invite, if you want to just pop on and hang out, you're welcome, but no pressure. So he may show up. We don't know.
And the voice you just heard is Brandon T. McClure. We're also here with the voice of Ryan Eliopoulos.
Jurassic World Dominion. I'm waiting for Jurassic World Dominions.
That's the first Minions movie. They team up with the T-Rex.
I really thought you were going to go with Jurassic World Dominatrix.
There's a Minions ad at the beginning of this movie.
Yeah.
Like
they did like a video version of like when James Cameron had like the Avatar art congratulating Avengers. Basically, like the Minions do a little like reel congratulating Jurassic World on existing, essentially, because they're both owned by the same.
Making us $1 billion.
Yeah. So it's the Minions like doing a cute bit with the minionized version of dinosaurs from Jurassic Park.
That's cute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was fun. I'm Sparks Woody, and we're just we're here, we're chilling, we're grooving, having a good old time.
And you know what we also have?
Links
Done. Well, no, I should have segued into it's our 6th anniversary. Today
is our 6th anniversary.
As we are recording this, it is our 6th year anniversary.
Wow. For less than 4 more hours.
Happy anniversary, everyone. This is great. And to celebrate, to segue into the links in our description, we have a special. As always, every year we put out an annual. I call it an annual. Our FNP annual 2022 is up now. You can check that out, and that is linked below. It is a celebration of 6 years of our show. And mostly it's a celebration of us, but you know,
genuinely shocked with the runtime of this one.
We're the podcasters.
A little, yeah.
Yo, man,
never be shocked.
We're 5-star run times all the time.
If you look at our annuals, like I understand why the last annual was as big as it was, but before that we were at like ringing out about 2 hours on an annual. We went a whole extra hour on this last one. I was kind of surprised because we even had to cut out questions. So like
that's true.
I was genuinely stunned.
As I said on the annual, you come to the Fake Nerd Podcast for the length.
It's true.
Adoni Zedek, our good friend.
Yay!
Woot woot! 6 years in the comments. Yeah,
Thank you, Marty.
I thought it said wart, like an elite.
Wart. Love that, man.
So yeah, so you can find both the audio and the video of that episode down below in the description. You can just check it out. It's a lot of fun. Again, thank you everyone who supported us for 6 years.
Thank you.
Hey, if you've been listening to us for a month or 6 years, thank you.
Appreciate you. We're almost at 500 videos on YouTube.
Whoa!
I'm saying, remember when we didn't do videos and now we have almost 500?
Yeah, we still don't have Hershey on YouTube. My subscriber count. I decided not to say the subscriber count on YouTube, but I don't know why.
You know what? Everyone matters to me.
That's true.
It's always going up.
So outside of that, there's other things that you can check out as well from the show. 2 Fake Nerds Watch episodes dropped this week. Our Obi-Wan Kenobi for episodes 3 and 4. And A Strange New Worlds for episode 5, which Sparks was on. That was the one you were on, Sparks.
That is the one I was on, yes.
Yeah. You can check out both of those. Strange New Worlds 6 has been recorded, and it'll be up this week sometime, I'm sure.
I must not have been liked on it because I was not invited back.
I was just about to ask.
It was done without me.
Listen, it's one of those things. You put on a guest once and then they expect to come back.
Sometimes you don't have the chemistry, and I don't know if I had the chemistry on it. So
you know how it is. We'll get you on to the next one.
Yeah. The funny thing was I had to like do some work on the channel, so I was in the YouTube and I looked and I'm like, oh, He's recording Strange New Worlds right now. All right.
Not everyone can be on everything.
No, it's true. It's true. And I had quite a full week, surprisingly. May I take the baton from you for a moment, Brandon?
Sure.
Okay, I just want to talk about some of the things that are coming up. So that Strange New Worlds will come out this week. We did record a conversation about the first half of the season of The Boys, episodes 1 through 4. That is going to drop tomorrow, Monday. We will have a discussion, because we're talking about Dominion today. Brandon and I recorded a discussion about the entire Jurassic franchise up to this point, because we both rewatched the movies this week. And that'll be coming out probably Tuesday, along with our review section of Dominion cut out from this episode. So those will both come out in Strange New Worlds, of course, as we mentioned before. And then Fake Nerds Watch, keep a look on the horizon. At the end of the week, we'll have Miss Marvel 1 and 2 for you. That'll be coming as well.
There you go. So yeah, that Jurassic, I was going to talk about them the week.
And just real quick, talking about things that are upcoming. We are not talking about Game Fest news or trailers at all in this episode. That is because Ryan and Ben and hopefully Brandon and I as well are going to do a pause menu discussion later this week, talking about all that stuff.
Get ready.
We'll see what's revealed.
It's already mostly done.
So probably not me then.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to feel excluded.
That's fine. Anyway. Okay. Yes. Marty's again, in the chat. My son did too. Maybe he can be on the podcast. No. Sorry. Pacey?
Yeah, Pacey.
Okay, Pacey. Sorry, Marty. I shouldn't have asked that like a question. Okay.
I'll bleep that out later.
I've been in this guy's life for so long, I don't even know the name of his kids.
Jason?
No, that I know is not. That's not.
All right. I threw you off your groove. What are the rest of the links this week?
Right. So that's all for the links for the show. There are personal links, however. I'll start with Ben, because Ben's not here to say anything for himself. But 2 episodes of his Graceland Live series on Super Mario Brothers. Nope. Super Mario 3D World.
Yeah.
That dropped episodes 35 and 36. I only watched 35. I didn't get to watch 36 yet. But still a good time. They're still going through that game. So check those out if you like. Those are linked below.
Let's go.
Ryan, your YouTube channel is also linked below again. That's had some activity this week.
Yay! I wasn't totally depressed this week. Yeah. It is a part of my week, so I'll just talk about the stuff that I did for the YouTube stuff and the Twitch stuff. I started playing Asura's Wrath, which is a 2012 happy 10th anniversary 2012 original anime game made by CyberConnect 2, the company that makes every single anime game ever made. So if you've played a Naruto game, a One Piece game, any of those fighting games, they're the people who make them. This is a game that is truly the definition of a cult classic. It barely sold any copies, but I played it when it came out because I like playing weird shit, and it is excellent. It is truly to be reductive. It's anime God of War. It's about a dude getting revenge for the gods killing his family. He's also a god. There's human instrumentality involved. There's Evangelion stuff. He turns into a big berserk monster. It's basically like a super actiony Telltale game where you're doing a lot of command inputs, but it's like a narrative thing where you're just like watching shit happen, and it turns into a brawler at times. I'm really loving it. I'm having such a good time. I remember it not as well as I thought, because like there's a guy who has a sword that turns into a mile-long sword, and he stabs you into the atmosphere. It's like just excellent stuff, and it makes me really sad that the game didn't do well. I'm hoping, because there's still one more press conference, and it's the Capcom one, that maybe Capcom will do something for its 10th anniversary for a game that literally nobody's played. But we'll see. We'll see. I played. I hate weirder things have happened. Stranger things have happened. I played some Fortnite with Sparks and Ben. We also went to a free concert.
Marty.
And Marty was there. It's true. Marty was not there for the concert that we went to. I wish Sparks. Can you quickly look up his name? The artist who's singing.
I believe it's Gen Hoshino.
Yes, I believe that's right. It's a Japanese artist, and he does I believe the theme song for Spy Family. Is that correct?
What I heard is that he's got a lot of notoriety right now for making the ending theme for the anime Spy Family that's hitting right now.
Gotcha. Okay, so he has a free concert in Fortnite that you can watch, and it's like 20 minutes of just jams, just hot Japanese jazzy jams. And you can just chill out, or you can also like still earn experience running around doing cool stuff while watching this free concert. And they do that shit all the time apparently. And I just
they don't usually give you. They don't usually give you the quest with the experience for it.
Yeah,
I think that was a nice change.
Yeah, but I hope to do that more because like it introduced me to a new artist. It gave me again a free concert in this really silly video game. I just had a really good time. I'm sure I played more video game stuff, but I've been bouncing around Game Pass so much recently just because there are literally like 500 games on that thing. So I've been playing just a bunch of stuff, but nothing really that I really need to talk about. I started to watch Arcane. I watched the first episode. It's really
wait. Are you in? I have more links if you want to wait for your week.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. Go ahead. Yes, link time.
Real quickly. Okay. Yes, I really want to hear you talk about Arcane.
Yeah.
So I wanted to get through these real quick.
Yeah.
So I have some links in the description as well. My Screen Rant work is all Jurassic World Dominion. I got a chance to write a bunch of Jurassic World Dominion stuff. I've got one where it's like, the major plot points you need to remember before watching the movie. Don't read that. It's useless. I also have one where...
Man, don't you hate that?
Yeah, 100%. And I also have where all the characters were last time you saw them. And I did not know that 2 characters were in this movie. So that's actually incomplete, but don't tell Screen Rant. They'll get mad at me. I don't think they give a shit. And I have a Geeked Week one. We're going to talk about Geeked Week, but I got a Geeked Week thing. So yeah, that was really cool. I'm sure I got another one up this week. I think I wrote 5 articles this week. Nice. Oh, I got a ranking. I have a Jurassic franchise ranking on Letterboxd that I wrote after I saw Dominion. A little quick story about that one. I had wrote all the entries prior to watching Dominion because I didn't want to spoil Dominion for myself. And so then I put Dominion where it was in Letterboxd. And so then when I saw the movie and went back, I had to change where it was because the ranking had gone down.
Hot dog.
Updated.
Hot dog.
So that was fun. Speaking of Jurassic World, I also wrote a article, a pretty lengthy kind of expose. Not an expose. It's just, I really like the Indominus Rex. I really like the Indominus Rex as a concept, and I think it works very well in Jurassic World. And I attempted to write about why. So if you're interested in that, that's linked below. It's called Indominus Rex, the perfect Jurassic antagonist, I believe. I kind of like talk about how like I think it's the most what's the word? It's like it is what they're talking about in Jurassic Park taken to the extreme. It is that end point for what Hammond had done that they decided to continue with, and I don't think they should have. Oh, Sparks, you're muted.
Right. Sorry about that. I want to answer Marty's question real quick. Can you follow a specific author on Screen Rant, like notifications and stuff, or do you just gotta visit the page? I don't think you can get specific author notifications, but
I don't think so either.
I don't think so, but you can go and search the author's name and get a page of all their pieces.
Yeah, that's what's linked below. Is that if you search my name, you'll find that page, and so I've linked that below.
But yeah, I don't think there's a notification system that's for individual authors. I think it's just a notification system for the site.
No, I don't think so either. At least I don't know of one.
Yeah.
So the Indominus Rex thing, that's like, I think that's what Hammond set out in Jurassic Park, I think comes to a head with the Indominus Rex. And so that's kind of just what I write about, what I tried to vocalize in that piece. And then my 37th entry in my Revisiting the Infinity Saga series has gone up. Did I do something for Kaiju Ramen? No. Okay. I just had a flash of something that maybe I did, but I didn't. My 37th piece for Revisiting the Infinity Saga is out, and that's about Anthony. If you remember Ant-Man's loyal steed from the first Ant-Man movie, we all like the Ant-Man movies.
Anthony.
I wanted to give some love to that character. And so I did. So that's up there. That's linked below. You can check those out. That's everything. That's all the links below. Check them out. We did a lot of cool stuff. We've done a lot of fun stuff. So yeah.
It's true.
Right.
All of it. It's me taking around. And actually I did do more stuff for the YouTube channel, so I could just come right back to me.
Go ahead.
Summer Sparks happened.
I was just going to say, Mag asked what I missed, and Mag, you only missed our opening stuff about things that are out there.
All the
And
links.
Mag, happy anniversary to you too. I don't know.
Yeah, you're
Whatever.
a real one. He's a real one. So Summer Game Fest happened, and Devolver Digital, who makes all the best, or they release all the wildest, craziest indie games. They put out a bunch of demos. And I wanted to stream something, but I didn't want to stream anything like hardcore or like narrative because like I wasn't feeling it. But there's a bunch of games came out. So I'm going to talk about them now. One of them is called Angerfoot. Angerfoot is a level-based brawler where you literally kick as your weapon, and it's timing based. So you try to get through the level as fast as you can, and it grades you on how fast you do it, if you kill all the enemies, if you do it using only the foot instead of other weapons. And it's like really fast, really intense. The music is blaring in your ears. There's a game called Hotline Miami, which is very similar to, which came out a while ago. So there's a lot of inspirations from that. Really fun. We'll talk about that a little bit more on the Summer Games Fest episode of Basement Arcade. I also played Midnight Fight Express, which is another isometric brawler that it's just Arkham combat, but it's not a bad thing. You know, you have a block, you have a punch, you have a parry, you have a dodge. That's about a city being taken over by gangs, and you're just a dude trying to stop it. It's just a really cool brawler. Doesn't seem super... I don't see mean like in depth, but it's also just a demo. But I had a really good time. Cult of the Lamb. That's a hot one that I'm really excited for, and I can confirm that it's absolutely a game I'm ready to play. It is Animal Crossing and Hades put together. The Hades section is you going through a grid of you choosing which path to go. Some paths will give you resources, some will give you fighting enemies, and you use coins from enemies and use resources to build your cult village to resurrect your Cthulhu god who brought you back to life. That's your goal now.
I'm very happy to hear it because
you're a lamb.
You're a lamb.
I'm very happy to hear it because we were hot on that trailer last year.
Yeah, it plays like a Zelda game. You know. You have
Oh my god, I remember that trailer.
Yeah, it's awesome.
A long time ago.
Like you save this deer from getting murdered, and then you conscribe them into your cult, and then it's like Happy Tree Friends or like the evil animals in South Park during like the Christmas critter stuff, like all that stuff. It's like the juxtaposition of tones of cute animals doing murderous things. Really, really good. It's really selling it. And then the last game I played, the demo, was Metal Hellslinger, which is a Doom-inspired rhythm shooter where every time on the beat, if you shoot on the beat... I remember
this one.
Yeah, if you shoot on the beat, you do extra damage and you do critical stuff, which launches you into melee attacks. And it's all on the beat. And if you do it off beat, it doesn't do any damage. So it's like it's music inspired. And what's awesome about it is you need to make combos to not only do more damage, but to unlock more of the song, because it just starts with the and then the drums come in, and then the guitar comes in, and once you hit the maximum combo, the vocals come in, and when the vocals come in, it feels excellent because you just killed a dude and it goes 16 maximum, and then the lady goes and it's like every time that happens, it's just excellent. And playing on the PS5, y'all, rumble shit is happening all the time with the beat. It's excellent. The demo's on PS5, so you guys could play it. Highly recommend it. It is tough, but it's like a fun, challenging, and it's all real music by huge musicians like Lamb of God and System of a Down. And a bunch of other people.
What's the game called again?
Metal Hellslinger.
Oh,
You play as Troy Baker because he's the voice of everyone, and like the story seems completely whatever. Like you're a demon and you have the power of music trying to fight through hell, trying to escape through hell. Seems really, really fun. I probably honestly won't buy it if it's full price. But it is definitely a fun game that I'm glad I got to experience.
I really love the fact that on this podcast, any Troy Baker character is just Troy Baker.
He's so good. The thing is, he is so good. But like when you are in 100 games a year, you start to hear similar characters.
Yeah.
And his voice, no joke, it is the exact same voice of his Ocelot voice from Metal Gear Solid. So I'm just hearing Ocelot as this demon, and I'm like, well, it works, I guess, whatever. So that's great. I got that up on YouTube or on Twitch to watch it. But I will talk about some of it more in depth during our Games Fest video. I watched only one episode of Arcane. I really liked it. Thought it was fantastic. Looks great. It seems like episode 1 is kind of almost like a prologue because I know there's like a time jump, I'm guessing, because like I see all the characters are old now.
In a non-spoiler way, I'm going to tell you episodes 1 through 3 are essentially a prologue.
Oh, okay. How many episodes was it?
8. 9. 9.
Okay. I assumed because the way the first episode ended, like it was them going to grow up the next episode, but maybe not.
No, it's you got 2 more episodes in prologue time.
Cool.
Something else happens that's gonna set the time jump. But yes, you're right. There is a time jump.
Cool. Yeah. I'm definitely going to get back to that. I am going to finish another series first because it has enraptured me, and it is what I've been watching throughout the week, and that is Chernobyl. The Last of Us TV show's coming out, and the guys who made Chernobyl are making The Last of Us. So I was inspired to go, okay, do these guys have the chops to make a Last of Us show? Because what I think of a Last of Us is like one of the greatest games ever made, one of the greatest, like not just games, one of the greatest stories ever told. And I'm not exaggerating, guys. Like Chernobyl is one of the greatest shows I've ever seen in my life. There's a reason it won all these Emmys.
Yeah.
From episode 1. It is one of the most haunting. It's all based in reality. Like some of the drama is fake, obviously for TV, but like all the characters it's based on are real. The situation is real. All the science facts are real. I'm learning about like quantum physics and science and stuff, and like how like atoms explode. It's really cool. The thing about it that is so insane, that makes the show so good, is the gaslighting and the manufactured control people try to have over a situation where they don't want information to get out, because this is the greatest. This at the time, it's the greatest natural or the greatest disaster in human history. The amount of radiation from this thing, guys, is like it's unfathomable. And like from episode 1, when the reactor explodes, people are melting in minutes. When they're this close to the reactor, firefighters who are removing gravel and debris, their hands start melting away. Like it is so insane. And the townspeople around them, like the air becomes irradiated, and pregnant women start getting sick, and everyone around the city starts getting sick for hundreds of miles. And this all really happened. So knowing this actually happened, watching this shit, and it's so well done. It's one of the most like impactful shows I've ever seen. Jared Harris is a star of it. Stellan Skarsgård is a second lead. But it's a star-studded cast. Everybody's a famous person playing a like Russian character. Everyone's only speaking English. They're all British, which is fine, which is the thing I like. It's fine. There's one scene specifically, and I was like, this is the scene that got them The Last of Us. There's a scene where they have their odometers or whatever. It's not the odometers, that's for speed. The radiation meters, and it clicks when there's a lot of radiation. And when they are so far down in there, the radiation is so intense. All the clicks are so loud. They are so insane. It's these 3 guys who are going to their deaths to save Mother Russia. Basically, they know they're going to die, but they have to do this thing to stop the reactor. All of their flashlights start breaking down because there's so much radiation. So all of the clicks are going off. All of their flashlights are going off, and it slowly just fades to black as the clicks are happening. And it's one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life. It's so tense, and it's all real. And it's just like real situations. And I'm like, man, HBO, like I'm so glad The Last of Us is on HBO, because if it was on like literally almost any other network, I don't know if I'd have the faith it would be what it needs to be. It is brutal. It is harsh. The KGB are some of the worst people who've ever lived. But I think people who don't even live in Russia know that. The way that they will silence people and they will stop misinformation to make Russia seem strong, they're willing to kill hundreds of thousands of people to keep that alive. And that is a fact that's happening even right now in the world. And it's just scary. That's like, wow, this thing could have destroyed the world if these Russian scientists didn't save it. And like all the things they did to it actually happened. And I'm like, this is incredible. Like the fact that they don't teach that like this thing could have like wiped out half of Europe like in a couple months is insane to me. It's one of the most insane stories I've ever seen. All damage that it did to the world.
You know, you bring up something that I was reminded the last time I talked to my dad. I was like, it's so interesting how the course of history has been changed dramatically by disasters, right? Like nuclear power is a cleaner power than fossil fuels, but because of what happened in Chernobyl, nobody trusts it anymore.
It's just, and everyone thought they knew what they were doing, and it was the smartest people in the world. And like one of the most interesting things is like, again, it's like Russian pride is like the handbook that like details everything about the reactor. The one fault that they were able to calculate, they removed it from the book. So when something bad did happen, they didn't know what to do about it, and it destroyed Russia. Because it couldn't be faulty. It's perfect. We built a perfect machine.
Yeah.
It's just so well made and it's so well acted. And like, I know Stellan Skarsgård, he's so good in everything, but there's something about this performance where he is playing a Russian like party company men. He's all about Russia, but he's the one guy who has to go in to see what's really happening and seeing how all of the things that he's been lying about, it's all a facade. And like everything he's been doing for this country is not what he's been doing for this country. And his performance, like I get why all this won so many awards. I really do. You guys should check it out one day. Like for real, it is brilliant filmmaking. The first episode is like a little standalone story in itself. I loved it so much. I cannot wait to finish it. I can't wait for season 2. No wonder what happens afterwards. No,
you should watch. Have you seen Death of Stalin?
No.
You should watch that.
Okay, Death of Stalin. That's a comedy. That's a comedy.
It's the comedy, yes.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, because you brought up Stalin. Sorry. There's a great line where like the head of like the government who comes in to deal with the disaster, he's like, everyone knows this place is called Chernobyl, but do you know the real name of it? And someone's like, it's the Vladimir Lenin nuclear facility, and he's like, that's right, Vladimir Lenin built this place, and you're gonna say he built it wrong? I'm like, God, you're gonna go against the party? Are you? And just like, dude, they're just killing people for telling the truth, just letting people die in the mean hand. And it's like, I'm just gonna keep going. I can't stop. Sorry. Jared Harris, he's the one real soul, and he realizes that like he has to kill people to save the world, to save Russia and Europe from becoming irradiated disaster. He has to send Russian people to their deaths because it's only something humans can do. We don't have like super robots or like Boston Dynamics or like anything to fix that shit back in the 80s, especially like in Russia. It's just all handmade stuff, and I'm like, it's beautiful to show like the power of like Russian people, but also like how the government spits in people's faces, like how much they trust them. It's just truly compelling. Like one of the most compelling things I've watched in a long time. Makes me so excited for The Last of Us. That's my week.
Okay, cool. Sparks, you want to go next?
Oh no, Brandon, why don't you go?
I don't have a lot, so I could do that.
Go for it.
I watched a little documentary on Disney Plus, about 30 minutes, about Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz.
This is kind of their promotion for Lightyear, which is basically talks about the creation of Buzz as a toy, and then how the director of Lightyear got started on Toy Story 2. That was his first movie at Pixar. And then like how he always kind of had like the idea, well, what was that movie or show that this toy came from? And talking about Lightyear. It was really cool to see what I actually didn't know they had, which is the we all know that there was this version of Toy Story where Woody was an asshole, and Buzz was small. I didn't know that was animated, and they show a little bit of that.
It's awful.
Was really cool.
Yeah, it's definitely, you feel like this ain't it.
No,
this ain't it.
And like they show like, and they through that they show that because they're showing like different the design work that they were working on with Buzz in that first Toy Story, like all the ways they were like, well, what if we went like retro 60 sci-fi spaceman, and it was Lasseter who was like, it should be an astronaut, and then that came from that thing. The big thing is that it's also a slight explanation of what the inciting incident of Lightyear is. And that was very fascinating because they stop talking about Buzz Lightyear and they start talking about quantum physics. And they start talking about, they get like an astronaut and some scientists to be like, here's the science behind Lightyear. And I was like, oh, dang, what do we do? And basically like the idea of like, I'm not going to give anything away, I promise. Because I kind of wish I didn't watch. I kind of wish I watched it.
I was gonna ask. I'm like, should I wait? Because that's been my thing. Is I'm nervous about knowing too much about the movie.
I would wait. I don't
Understood.
think it hurt anything. I don't think it hurt me, my enjoyment of that movie. But I think I would wait to watch it after.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah. I suffered so you can succeed. No, I'm kidding.
Thank God.
So like the thing that I really dug about it was like they're talking about the science of like the faster you go, the slower in time you move. And talking about how like that theory is kind of the crux of where Lightyear came from. Very cool. After the movie's out, you all should watch it.
Okay, absolutely.
We'll talk about this here. Sparks and I, we watched all the Jurassic films.
That's true.
We did it. We got through Jurassic Park to Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. It is crazy the 180 I did on Fallen Kingdom. But we did 3 hours on that, buddy.
We did a 3-hour discussion about Jurassic Parks 1 through 5.
So I won't say anything more there then, because we've got that talk coming this week. And that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it is just gushing about the Lost World, which I was happy to do.
That's true.
I read. I don't know what I want to do next. Pick one for me. The movie or the comic?
The comic.
Okay, the comic. I read more of the Mighty Thor, which is Thor by complete collection by Jason Aaron. This volume, which is volume 4 that I'm reading right now, goes through what I've read is the Unworthy Thor, which is a 5-issue miniseries about what Odinson was doing at the time of the last arc of the Mighty Thor. And that introduces the Ultimate Mjolnir is now on Old Asgard, and the Collector wants to wield it. It also introduces Thori, who's a murder dog from hell. He's great. I love him. And introduces the War Thor. The reason why they put it in this volume is because the War Thor arc is the arc that's the next arc in that book is the War Thor arc.
He's like the War Doctor.
Yeah. I did not know. They sell you pretty quickly. I don't know if it's a spoiler to say who the War Thor is. They tell you pretty quickly in the book.
I don't think it's a spoiler for really in this context or anything. Yeah.
So it's Volstagg.
Yeah.
Volstagg becomes the War Thor. He picks up Ultimate Mjolnir and becomes the War Thor. And it's cool because everyone talks about this Mjolnir is angry because he's from a dead universe. And so this Mjolnir is corrupting Volstagg to basically destroy realms, destroy hell, to destroy Muspelheim and then destroy Svartalheim. And the Mighty Thor, Jane, steps in to be like, yo, we shouldn't be doing this.
Fair.
And that's really cool. It's a really good arc, and it starts because Volstagg is holding a bunch of light elves children on Nidavellir, and when Muspelheim attacks Nidavellir, because the War of the Realms is happening in the background of this entire series right now, it burns and kills those children that he is trying to save.
Oh.
And he's just sitting there, and that's what leads him to the Ultimate Mjolnir.
Meow.
So that it's an awesome arc. I was digging the hell out of it. And then the next thing I read was Generations, which the Unworthy Thor and the Mighty Thor, which sees Jane Foster go back in time to when Thor was young and fought Apocalypse in ancient Norse times. And that was cool. Oh, also that issue also introduces the idea of, I didn't realize how long ago Jason Aaron set up the Avengers 1 million BC.
Mm-hmm.
That's it all in the background. Whenever he does a flashback for Thor, when he goes back to Norse times, that's always there. There's ancient Ghost Riders, ancient Panthers. The Phoenix Force becomes a prominent character. At the end of Generations, Odin is talking to the Phoenix Force, setting up what we know to be Avengers 1 million BC. That was kind of cool to see the beginning of that.
Yeah,
really, really love that book.
I'm glad.
I'm enjoying the hell out of it every issue.
Still got
Nice.
plenty of time to finish.
I have a July 8th, and I think I got it.
Yeah, I think you're going to be fine.
Easy money.
Okay. One more thing.
Yeah.
Unless you want to say something.
No. I wanted to. What's the next thing?
Bob's Burgers.
Oh, right. You went and saw that.
I went to see...
You saw the show. You've seen the show, right?
Yeah, of course I've seen the show.
I just don't remember who's seen what's in this place.
It's me. I have never seen Bob's Burgers.
Gotcha.
I love the Bob's Burgers TV show. I did not realize I had been watching it for 12 years, however long that show's been going on. I just kind of got into a habit of just new Bob's Burgers is on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the show's always great. I don't think it's lost a step. That movie is incredible. If you are a fan of Bob's Burgers, and even if you're not, it's incredible.
Better or similar to the Simpsons movie?
Well, I haven't seen the Simpsons movie in decades, so
okay.
I cannot accurately say. but better. It's really cool. It's a higher stakes episode that's an hour and a half. Like it is a movie. It's not like they spliced together a couple of episodes, or it's not like the stakes of the show. It is higher. It is the stakes of a movie. It's not a sinkhole opens up. It is a murder mystery.
Love it. Love it.
That Bob and Linda and the kids are just kind of embroiled in. It's very funny how they get embroiled in it.
Bobby.
It's really good. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of great, like the Paul Rudd comes back, like he's the horse again, and Bob's Burgers. A lot of cool guest stars once again. But it was very strange watching it at the beginning. And the first song is great. They're all the songs are great. Because I think Bob's Burgers has always made great songs. But the beginning is so well animated. I turned to Zara and I go, it's so weird seeing them so animated. Because they're no longer at a TV show budget, so they're moving a lot.
And they got that shine.
Yeah, and they got that shine. And they're like the dances, like they're like moving. It's crazy. It's very good. It's one of my favorite movies it's of the year so far.
That's impressive.
One of the best things I've done all week.
I will probably not see it in theaters, but the second it's on something, I'll
I'm sure it's coming to Hulu.
Hulu. Yeah.
Because Bob's Burgers is on Hulu. Like I don't imagine it wouldn't be.
Right. Exactly.
It's on Epix.
Yeah, I highly recommend. Especially you, Ryan. You got to see the movie.
I absolutely will.
That's my week.
Would you say that someone should be like? Could you go into this raw?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Like
I don't think you'd get the same enjoyment out of it.
Sure.
I think it's a very good movie, regardless if you know Bob's Burgers or not.
Sure. Okay.
Love it.
Real quick, Mag says they finally finished Young Justice season 4. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
I've
Just
heard.
Go ahead and let us know.
Yeah. From my one friend who was consistently with it, after season 3, season 4 is much better.
I hope so, because season 3 really burned me.
That's what everyone said. He's quite enjoying season 4.
All right. Well, if season 4 is better, maybe I'll give it another go. But...
Definitely got better animation.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, right. Studio Mirror did the animation for the season, and so like they're great.
Oh! I should have watched this yesterday then. Thanks.
I will jump in now. I'll take the baton. Let's see. We mentioned Jurassic Park. That happened. Watch those movies. The Boys. Watch that. Talked about it up top. We're having a Fake Nerds Watch drop tomorrow for it. So, excuse me. Check out our thoughts there. Boop, boop. Played some Fortnite. Fortnite's fun. Having a good time. I'm riding animals. It's great. I went and saw Top Gun Maverick a second time because I took my friend Michael, who lives here, and we really enjoyed it. Michael had also gone through the same experience as me because we watched Top Gun together because neither of us had seen it. So he went through the same, like, experiencing the original and being like, oh. And then we watched Top Gun Maverick together, and he really enjoyed it.
Can I have one more thing, and it's actually related to Top Gun.
Yeah.
Captain Midnight here. I piloted not just an F-18, but also piloted the covert dark. What's it called? Dark Star. The Dark Star from the Maverick. It's called the Dark Star, right? You just watched the movie.
I don't remember.
You just watched the movie
twice.
I don't remember. It's called the Dark Star.
I don't remember what it's called.
Microsoft Flight Simulator released a Top Gun mission pack where it's about tutorials and like you fly like a jet, which is completely different than a plane, obviously.
The Dark Star thing is the thing they're talking about in the original, not in Maverick.
No.
Right?
The very beginning of Maverick when he's breaking the sound barrier, going 10 Mach.
The one that he drives, that he goes up the Mach in.
Yeah,
I don't remember if they name it.
It's a Dark Star
in the movie.
Definitely.
This is the thing that they announced that the Pelican was going to be a part of.
Yes, that was where I was going to after this. The Pelican kind of sucks, to be honest. Play like you can play on like easy mode, flight simulator, or hardcore mode. And y'all, when they mean hardcore mode, every effing button actually works, does what it needs to do. Even on easy mode, it's almost overwhelming. But it's really cool that they take it seriously. And what's incredible about Flight Simulator, this new one, is it uses cloud technology. So it uses satellite imaging. So you can actually, the campaign allows you to fly anywhere in the world to any of the major airports in basically real time, for real. So I didn't finish it because it would have taken like 35 minutes. But I went from LA to Monterey in the Dark Star, going along the path that I drove, and seeing everything that I saw is incredible. Video game technology is incredible. The cloud that the Xbox thing is doing is incredible. The Pelican sucks. It kind of goes up and down, and it moves really slower than a plane. It looks cool though.
Real quickly, Mag's comment here says yes, and they got a JL cartoon connection. I heard about that. Razor as a red and blue lantern is in the show.
I have to catch up. You saw Maverick, the thing where you have to like go up and you have to spin and go down. That's one of the things you have to do in the mission, in the tutorial. It's hard in the game. I'm sure it's hard in real life too.
I'm frankly surprised that they didn't just rebuild that track and be like, go do it.
I think it might have been a little too much work for how basic it is, but it's still cool. The Dark Star mission, though, I don't know if it gets you to Mach 10, but like it keeps ramping you up. And like after Mach 3, I was like, I don't know if I can go any faster. And then it kept going to 3.1, and I'm just like, just a little more, just like in the movie.
Talk to me, Goose.
Talk to me, Goose. Yeah. I probably won't play that game very much, but it's very relaxing, and being able to actually see, like, they have like destination missions where you can go from like the Pyramid of Giza to like the Nile River, and like all this incredible like pre-made map stuff that takes you on the most beautiful path of like realistic foliage. Incredible stuff. Sorry, Sparks, back to you. Top one.
No, it's cool. Awesome. Notably when we saw it a second time, we saw it on an XD screen. So the screen was larger, and I was like, "Ooh, this is cool. This is nice. It's a good film." Michael said it is probably the ultimate version of what you can get of a Jets are cool plot film.
True.
So we watched Obi-Wan. I watched Obi-Wan Kenobi. We all watched Obi-Wan Kenobi. We talked about it. That's here. You can check that out. Our thoughts are here. I watched Strange New Worlds. I won't say a lot about it. I watched it. I'm liking it. That's it.
Love it.
It's a hard episode this week.
I'm not gonna say a lot about it because like wherever people are at, this is not the place to spoil, so I won't get into it. I'm still liking the show. Lego Jurassic World. I picked it back up because I watched a bunch of Jurassic franchise stuff, and I'm like, I feel like playing a game, and there's not a lot of games in the Jurassic franchise. But I felt like playing one of the better ones, and that's the Lego one. And I dabbled around in that for a bit because I've never finished any of the movies in that story except for the first one. So I was like, well, I'm gonna put some time here.
On Xbox Game Pass, both Jurassic World Evolution and Evolution 2, the park builders, are on Game Pass for you.
Oh, cool.
Yes, that's true. I wanted something not park builder.
Gotcha.
In that interaction.
Yeah.
I was thinking about playing that, but I'm still going through Lego Star
Wars. It's what the Lego games do great. Like, you're able to play through movies in a way that actually feels good. Like, they're good movie adaptation games in their own way. Craig of the Creek. And
you can play as a dinosaur.
That's true.
Well, if you couldn't, that would be a mistake. Mistake.
I'm inching my way still through Craig of the Creek. My summer of anime continues. I am just an episode shy of finishing the first season of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. It's an excellent show. I understand the hype about it. We finished Surezure Children, which is the romantic teens medley show. That was fun. We started Mob Psycho 100, which is from basically the way Michael said it is that the author of One Punch Man was kind of like for fun, and then it took off. This is the story they actually want to make. And like really want to go at, and so there's a lot of One Punch Man-isms to it, but the advantage is the animation team is spot on throughout, and really capturing the style of the author and doing it in season chunks, and Mob Psycho's pretty cool. Really like it. Good humor, good action. Just a summation of the plot, like the main kid is basically like the most powerful telekinetic on the planet and doesn't want to be. So it's super good. And in order to control his powers, he feels like the only way he can do that properly is to also shut down his emotions. So he basically locks his emotions down at all times. But that means that eventually they have to explode out. And so Mob Psycho 100 is an accumulation. The 100 is that there's always a counter of how close he is to an explosion that you are given as the audience. So when his emotions are getting ramped up, that counter starts flying up. And when he explodes, he explodes. And then I also returned to Cowboy Bebop because I want to finish that off. I was dragging my feet on the way through it, doing my rewatch, and I'm still doing my rewatch that was inspired by the live action show coming out. That's long past, but I still want to finish my rewatch of the series.
Right.
Because it's been a while, and Cowboy Bebop's nice. And I'm like, I could throw that in. It's a summer of anime. That's my week.
All right. Well, shall we get into our bread and butter then?
3, 2, 1, let's jam.
That worked particularly well because it's bread and butter and jam. So
yeah,
good job.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a lot to get through, so I apologize. This is probably going to be long. Sad news up top. Billy Kametz passed away this week at the age of 35. Very young man. He had colon cancer. He was known as Josuke in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Diamond is Unbreakable.
Josuke. I have not got here. This is further in the timeline than I got to in JoJo, but 35, man. That just sucks. That is our age.
Yep.
And so young, like with a career. Just a bummer.
Yeah, that really sucks.
Yes.
And then Julie Cruz. You guys are familiar with from Twin Peaks.
Yes.
Passed away at the age of 65.
Yes, so I'm only really familiar with her with Twin Peaks, but she is so integral to like the vibe and sound of Twin Peaks. It hit me way harder than I really thought, because it's not like it's somebody I really know, but it's just it's her presence on that show. It wouldn't be the same. And she has such a like beautiful, haunting, slow way that she sings. And like her showing up like on both shows, the 92 version and the 2017 version. Like it's just like, I'm glad that she got to come back for that. I listened to her on my Spotify Twin Peaks thing all the time, but I never listened to her own stuff, and that's a shame. But she's always part of my thoughts, because like literally the Twin Peaks theme and her vocals are always in my head.
Right. Yeah, that sucks. 65. That's not even that old.
No, not at all.
All right. Let's get into some other things. The Boys. Surprise, surprise. The Boys was renewed for season 4.
I figured.
Yeah. Very happy to have the confirmation though, and so early in the season means they're confident. So love it.
I don't think there's been a season of The Boys where they haven't called it before the season was over.
Yeah.
And I think this season, like every season of The Boys is like good, but like I think this season, like it's on fire and everyone knows it and like they feel it and they're like, oh yeah, let's just get this next one going already.
Yeah. Very cool. Now, keep going, man. I love the show.
Oh,
you will hear in our thing.
We still got the spin-off show about the
oh, we do,
whatever they're
college
yeah.
The Boys college show. Yeah,
I think that went back to script recently, actually.
Whatever you want to do, I am happy to have a spin-off of this show. Maybe not animated anthology, but I would like to be in this world more.
Yeah. Duke Nukem. You've heard of this guy, right?
Oh yeah, I played his games. Oh yeah.
Well, that movie is back on the table, this time with Cobra Kai creators Josh Hild, John Hurwitz, and Hayden Schlossberg.
Do you have a history with the Nukester?
No, I only saw the
Yes,
trailer.
I do. Yeah.
So
I know that man.
The good thing about this movie is it'll probably be the best thing ever associated with Duke Nukem. Because like the original Duke Nukem, it's like a parody of Wolfenstein and Doom. But your main character is like I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Like he's nonsense spouting.
Now that we know there's a movie coming, do you think this is the thing The Rock is attached to?
Oh shit!
I didn't even consider that.
I say it because he's one of the only people who can say the Duke Nukem lines, and I think it will play.
Yes. the thing is, the joke about Duke is that like, the thing why that the last game that came out many years ago at this point, but it was still relatively new enough where Duke Nukem is a character from the 90s. He's misogynistic, he's gross, like people don't like him, but he's a hero. Like he's a parody character. I don't see The Rock bending to that character, and if they would reverse it where The Rock is Duke Nukem and they take away his edge, there's no point in making him Duke Nukem then at all, if he's not going to be an asshole. So like, I think if The Rock is willing to play him as he's supposed to play him, that would be great and it'd be really fun. But I don't think The Rock will do another Doom like that, if you know what I mean, like where he'll be like an asshole bad guy.
Sure, we'll see.
I think he would be a really good choice. Also, someone like Channing Tatum honestly is like the perfect choise.
Channing Tatum or John Cena.
John Cena, yeah. I think John Cena might be even too perfect. Because that's actually pretty good.
He looks like him.
He does, yeah. And John Cena absolutely will play an asshole.
Yeah.
There has to be something about this that they're willing to push forward with it, because again, the Duke Nukem franchise is like kind of dead. Like only people who are like 45 and aggressively white really like Duke Nukem. So.
Sure. But the creators, Cobra Kai creators, Cobra Kai is a very popular series on Netflix. It's also a good one right now.
Yeah.
So like, you know.
Yeah, and I think like and I haven't seen Cobra Kai, but I assume like the tone, it gets funny at times, sure, right? Like, or like
it's stupid.
Okay, yeah, stupid. I haven't seen it, so I don't want to say stupid, but like Duke Nukem is stupid, but like funny stupid. Who's like he leans in it.
Don't tell that to Pi. He is very he thinks that the show is very serious.
Oh,
it's not. I'm sorry. The fun of it is that it's stupid.
Cool. Then that sounds like a perfect creative team. Then
yeah. I'm gonna switch the order real quickly and go to Scream 6. Scream. We're still working on that.
You can't. It's fine. It can just.
Oh no, I got a better one, because tell us the story and then I'll tell you my new name for it.
Oh well, I got two stories.
Okay.
But why don't I do the one that you've got a name for, which is that it's going to New York City. We're leaving Haddonfield.
Where does Carrie Bradshaw live, guys? Carrie Bradshaw from Sex and the City. It's New York City. This is going to be Scream in the City.
Scream in the City. That's pretty good.
Did you see?
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
a retweet of the Statue of Liberty as
the Statue of Liberty poster. Mm-hmm.
That's so good. I love it.
I hope that's a real poster.
They should just do it. Steal it.
It's a guy inspired to make it, and then we'll see if they actually run with that.
Yeah,
they should
pay him.
I also saw Ghostface takes Manhattan.
That's a good one too. Like Jason Takes Manhattan.
I saw Scream Lost in New York.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
They're all good. All the posters could be different like parodies of New York movies.
Oh baby, yes. Anyway, we're all really excited for Scream 6 because we love Scream 5. Cream. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Listen, like so many fan favorite characters come back. Surely all of our favorite characters are going to return for Scream 6, right?
Oh, Ryan, it's funny you say that.
Segues,
Nev
baby.
Campbell has made it official she is not returning for Scream 6, and she set the record straight is because they did not offer her enough. She thought it was an insult.
So I mean, like even going back, we talked about this before. Nev Campbell also made the statement that like they would not return if they were going to kill Sid.
Yeah.
So that's just always a factor. And like I'm a big defender of like characters don't have to die for you to like stakes around them in a property. You don't need to fear that they can die for the story to be enjoyable. However, I think Sid is an exception in this case where we're talking about a slasher franchise. Part of the point is killing characters, or at least having characters be in danger. And I would not be. I agree with her stance. It feels like it would just be inappropriate to the arc of the character and what she means to the fandom to kill her at this point, especially with no spoilers for 5, but the state of being that we now know she lives in as of the previous film. Like it would just be mean. And for that reason and that state of being, I don't think she needs to be in any more Scream. I think we can let her go. I think they did a good job in the previous one of the reason why she comes back. It makes sense. It fits appropriately, and she can be done now. If the killers are no longer going after her, then we can leave her alone. This doesn't need to be about her. And even if that wasn't the driving reason, that narratively, honestly, it makes sense to let go of Sydney at this point. She does deserve the pay, and she should fight for it. And all the more reason I think, you know what, maybe it's okay to just move on from this point.
Yeah.
Ryan, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I had a point, and then it fluttered away like a butterfly.
Okay.
I
But
think-
yes, I
Oh, no, I
agree,
did.
but- go ahead.
Sorry. If she just came back again, it would just be retreading a 5. They would just be doing like basically like the same thing a 5, or they would just come to kill her to like make a statement. So either way, it's like, yeah, it's kind of a disservice. So like maybe she just shouldn't be in the movie.
Yeah, I also agree. I agree with that. Like I think she's absolutely right on both points, which is that if she's going to come back, then you don't kill Sydney. But I think that Matthew Lillard put it right. Like if you want her back, you need to pay her what she's worth. Like because she is the face of Scream.
Right. And she talked about like how there's in the past, in particular with Scream 3, I think she cited there were particular issues of her not being given what she was due because she was being offered like back end deals and things like that never came through because they said, well, the film didn't do as well as we wanted it to, but still did well, but not as well as they projected, and thus the back ends fell through. And she's like, she's just not going in for that.
Yeah. She got Alan Ward. That's what happened to Alan Moore.
Nev Campbell's worth more, and Sydney's worth a lot. And I think I didn't even, when Scream 5 was being talked about, when we talked about on this podcast, I didn't even necessarily want her back without Wes Craven at the helm. And I think they did a good job, and I think we can let her go.
Yeah.
I think
Courtney
it's fine.
Courtney Cox is coming back, so we got one of them at least.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. I think her coming back makes more sense at this point in time than Sid. And I think that's fine. And frankly, like Courtney Cox's character, I don't think necessarily you should kill in the next one, but like you could. And I can see where that's a viable future, but you cannot kill Sid. You just can't. We're at that point in the franchise, you can't do it. So let her be.
Let her be.
All right. So speaking of things that should be let be,
do you think, real quick, because we know now that it's in New York, do you think that Kirby's in New York and this shit comes to her? Like, not after her, but she happens to be around. She's like, God damn it.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
She hears about it, or like, yeah, she's working for like a radio station and she hears about the Scream killer, like, what?
Yeah.
In New York City?
She's in New York and she runs into Ghostface.
More importantly than anything, I think we're finally ready for like the people who are getting away from like just repeating Woodsboro in any capacity, whether that's going after Sid or making it take place in the same town, whatever. Now we're at, okay, we're just going to take Ghostface and make it our own in a new way and make our own.
Reinvent.
And that's where I want to be with the franchise.
Yeah,
I agree. I was going to say something about that, but it's fine.
Fluttered like a butterfly away.
Joker. The new Joker. There's actually a lot of stuff that's been coming about like DC, how David Zaslav is coming from Discovery, wants to do more Joker, more the Batman, and wants DC to have a better plan than they do now. A lot of frustration. Apparently he canceled the 2 Superman movies, the J.J. Abrams and the Michael B. Jordan one, in favor of a Cavill one.
I mean, I hate, like, it's bittersweet.
Yeah,
because I know we all want Cavill, but like you don't have to destroy other Supermen for
that. And that's the thing. Like he, in the same breath, he says, "I want more standalone, like the Batman and Joker," and then went, "But you need to bring back Cavill as Superman only."
Yeah,
and a lot of this is coming from secondhand knowledge coming through a reporter, so it could partially be true. None of it could be true. We don't know. But what we do know is that Todd Phillips was approached to not just do a sequel to Joker, but also be like the consultant for the DC films moving forward. The guy who openly says he knows nothing about DC Comics.
Yes. So I will talk about the second part first. Obviously I don't want that. I don't need that. You don't need to do the Marvel thing. Just make good movies. And if you want to connect them later.
One, it also sounds like the Zack Snyder thing. Like, why are we... If there's anybody over there right now who should be that guy, it's James Gunn. If there were anybody over there who should be that guy, it's him. Yeah. And no, he doesn't want to do it. But like, if there was, it would be him. Like, Todd Phillips makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah.
So Todd Phillips, I don't think he's going to take it. I don't think that's going to go through. But that is what they were talking about. But the Joker sequel script has been written. Joaquin Phoenix is reading it as we speak, and it's called Joker Foleado.
I don't have a problem with another Joker movie coming out, to be honest. Like I think that first one is a when I remove myself from all the weird the weird people who like graft onto that movie and all the messages about society and stuff. And I just look at that as a movie. I think it's a pretty good movie. Bad messaging, but I think Joaquin Phoenix deserved that Oscar. I think he's a force in that movie. And I haven't seen it since. but it is I would consider it a good movie. And I would happily watch Willem Dafoe fake Joker against real Joaquin Phoenix Joker, because that's what everyone wants. I'm just saying, what if Willem Dafoe played a fake Joker? I'm just saying, we'd watch that movie.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm not too crazy about Joker, but it's fine. I thought the point was to like, I kind of liked it as like this one standalone thing.
Me too.
But this kind of like attempt at a character study of Joker, just one thing. I just don't see the point of doing a sequel, because he really did everything in the first movie. Now you just kind of have Joaquin Phoenix being not even trying not to be the Joker. He's just now the Joker.
I think the story is like he's going to inspire people, and then they're going to be like, I'm the real Joker, and he's going to be like, no, I'm the one, and I got to make sure people know it's me. It sounds like it's going to be kind of like a different version of Three Jokers almost, but like with fake Jokers, which it's fine.
I think my concern most comes from, I don't think the mental health stuff is handled well in the first one. Ryan recently either retweeted or liked a tweet that was about describing that the reason why people fall apart and how they think about the Joker is when they think of him as I'm paraphrasing, but when they think of him as a mentally ill patient rather than a fictional embodiment of chaos, which is why he can't be helped by a therapist. And I think Joker barely held that very thin line of not going too overboard with its depiction of mental health. And if you're still following in the tracks of the first one, are we going to still engage with his mental health, and how will that be approached? I think you have to be better about it, or are we going to throw it all out the window and make him now just that embodiment of chaos, which obviously like the latter is better, but it also is ignoring the point that they seem to have said was part of the character in the first one. So like it's kind of you're kind of in a catch-22. Like you either need to do the mental health shit so well in this one to kind of make up for where you fell short in the first, or you need to drop it entirely but also kind of render some of the points of the first one moot.
I 100% it is. I definitely think it's going to be the second one. I think they're going to be cowards. I do too. They're definitely going to be cowards. And again, that will probably make a better movie, because I'd rather them not even attempt it if they're not going to treat it with respect, instead of like do a fake version of it. And honestly, I'd rather just watch a Joker movie where he is the Joker instead of someone who's mentally ill, because like that's like sad. That's not fun. Like
I think it's very fun. I think it's very funny now that we're going to get a Joker franchise and a Batman franchise, and the two will not meet.
Honestly, there's a worse universe where they are connected. And I'm glad it's not that universe.
I don't want Pattinson to fight Phoenix. No way. But I just think it's funny that we're at a place where we are looking down the barrel of a Joker and a Batman. Two characters are so intrinsically tied, and now have two separate film franchises that are not connected.
That is funny. We're at the comic book point, baby.
We are. We really are.
I had a joking conversation. I don't remember exactly how we got here, but we were actually making references to Trevorrow's comments about a dinosaur Joker. And I made offhandedly the comment that I'm like, you know what, maybe the Joker really was a mistake. And the Joker's good for stories, but bad for people. Like bad for people in the real world. As constantly lauded as either the ultimate supervillain or even in some cases a role model of madness to a degree that's unhealthy. And and that offhanded joke is just making me think about it truly is like, I don't see a particularly ideal version of this film. I don't see a particularly ideal result. I think there can still be a fun film, and it's still going to come with probably just about as much problems as the first one. That kind of makes you go, okay,
yeah,
all right.
Okay. Let's talk about some Marvel news.
Yes.
I'll tell you one one thing, if they're going forward with these Joker films, then I really, really, truly hope Matt Reeves holds to that idea that the Joker is like a passing appearance of the ever-present danger of Gotham in the Pattinson series rather than a focal point, because I don't need multiple like real focal point Jokers.
Honestly, if anything, I bet Joker shows up part-time in one of the TV shows, not even in the movies. Because if you establish him, like, I don't want them not like, oh, Barry Keoghan is in Chernobyl as well, like that dude rules. But like, now that he's established, like, I don't want to not see him, but I also don't want him to be the next villain in the Batman movie.
Right.
So it's like a weird.
It's what we talked about, where like he can always be like that thing that's like an ever-present force that Batman has to think about, but not something Batman actually has to tackle in the main film. Like, he's the constant antagonist, but there's a personal antagonist for the film.
Yeah.
After Flashpoint, you think there'll still be a Batman? They'll acknowledge a Batman in the DCEU?
Yes.
Oh, Michael Keaton.
I was gonna say, because there's already stuff coming out about him showing up in movies. So
yeah, I completely forgot about Michael Keaton. Yeah. I was like, oh right, Michael Keaton's in that movie. That's my answer.
The real question is, and this is not an actual topic, is like, what do they do with that Flash movie now?
Yeah.
Barry's gonna run so fast, his face is gonna change.
Yeah, totally.
You know, my joke was gonna be they should get Christopher Plummer, but Christopher Plummer passed away, so they can't get him to replace. Dang it!
I was gonna say, everyone wants like Grant Gustin to replace Ezra Miller, and I'm like, just let the man rest.
No.
Just if we were 5 years ago, I think it would have been great.
Yeah.
Just give, like, I know Dylan O'Brien wants to be Nightwing, but just give Dylan O'Brien like $1 million to go to a mocap studio and just put him on Barry's face, and like, we'll just deal with it. I'll luke it up for a movie. I'll deal with it.
Okay. Some Marvel news. Spider-Man No Way Home is getting a extended cut called Spider-Man No Way Home, the more fun stuff version.
So on some level, we all kind of suspected this was probably true, because there were rumors about it when the Blu-ray was coming out, and the home media had no bonus scenes, none whatsoever. And they talked about all this content that they'd had to cut out, and they're like, why wouldn't they release it on home media? And the only answer that made sense is that the rumors were probably true, that this was going to happen. And sure enough, it is. And I'm kind of like, all right,
they did it with Endgame.
You twisted my arm. I guess you got me.
But this is different. This is different than Endgame, because just to defend the Endgame real quickly, Endgame was still in theaters when it passed a milestone, and Stanley had passed. So like, it was still in theaters. So they were like, "Hey, we're going to add some stuff to the end of the film." And everyone, and that became online chatter of it's an extended cut. It was never marketed as one.
Right.
It was just kind of a thank you. So this is kind of a different situation.
It was end of the film bonus features that you would eventually be able to see at home. This bothers me more than anything, because it's like, because you held it back from the home media edition, not only now, so there's going to be this cut in theaters, and then if you want it at home, you got to buy another home media edition. And so it's just like the double dipping is just like really egregious to a degree. On like, I really like that movie. I don't know that it warrants this kind of treatment.
Yeah. First off, it sounds like someone's in a submarine right now.
Oh, that's the weed truck outside.
It's
the weed truck.
We've had this sound on the podcast before. Yeah,
that's so funny. I love it. It's not a submarine. Hey, what's up, bro? I just like, this doesn't bother me. If you want to see the movie with extra stuff, like, go ahead. Like, it's not going to ruin my day if it comes out. Like, I get why people might have frustrations, but like,
I'll be honest, I want to see it. I want to see that extra Matt Murdock scene they didn't put in the movie.
Yeah.
I want to know if they put in that Tobey Maguire Dafoe fight scene that they cut out of the movie.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it. I don't know if I'd spend the money to go see it in theaters, but I do want to see it. I was excited. I was excited for those deleted scenes, and they never came out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'll just wait for when Sparks buys the super duper. This is the super edition with actually all the stuff on it.
Unless, and the reality I really fear
Disney
is that they just don't release it. So that the only way you see it is in theaters.
They put stuff on Disney Plus though, don't they?
Sony does not.
It's a Sony film. So
I forgot.
Funny.
I was on HBO Max, and then the Incredible Hulk was on there, and I'm like, "What are you doing here?
Yeah,
what are you doing here, Hulk?
You're in the wrong place, buddy."
Hulk next to Batman.
The Incredible Hulk and the Spider-Man films aren't on Disney Plus. It's it's funny. Is this the first MCU film to get an extended cut?
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Yes. That's true.
Crazy. We're here. We're finally here.
We made it.
Which is canon? The one you like most? Shut up already. I know
There you
it.
go.
I'm just getting ahead of the debate. Just shut up already.
The one with more Daredevil.
The one with more Daredevil. Exactly.
I mean, I would suppose, like, if it really is a full integrated cut, it'll just be canon. If these are fully integrated scenes, like, it's just new canon now. If you like this longer cut of the film, it's canon.
Especially if you're like seeing this in a theater. Like, if you like, that's on you if you don't go to the theater to see this new stuff. Like, that's not like a deleted scene. That's in the movie theater.
Mm-hmm.
That's canon. That's real.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 had some casting news. The movie's already done, but Deadline Scoops James Gunn, he confirmed this. Maria Bakalova from the second Borat film is in the film in some role we don't know yet.
She's wonderful in Borat too. Can't wait to see her be probably some weird alien monster or something.
Yeah, that's really cool that she got this gig. She's really great in Borat too, and I haven't heard of her. I haven't seen her in anything since. I don't know if she has or hasn't done anything, but I haven't seen it. So it's cool that, like, I get to see that powerhouse again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Thunderbolts. There's been rumors. We've suspected that a Thunderbolts something was on the horizon. But it is official. Well, not official for Marvel. Once again, Deadline scooped them. Jake Schreier is set to direct a movie based on the team. So it's the MCU version of the Thunderbolts.
Y'all, we've been doing this podcast for a long time. And the Thunderbolts has been one of the things that I've wanted the most in the MCU.
Sure.
I love the Thunderbolts so effing much. And there's a lot of articles being written right now is this the answer to the Suicide Squad? And the answer is no, because people just assume that the same thing, because villains are on the team. The first Thunderbolts run is influential, and it is one of the most, and this isn't me like just saying shit, like Thunderbolts #1 is one of the most like influential comics of all time, because for years before that, the Thunderbolts were this new team of heroes. And there's like the Avengers and the Fantastic Four were defeated. This is during the Onslaught in the mid-90s. So the heroes were gone. The Thunderbolts sprang up. They showed up in Hulk comics and X-Men comics and stuff like that. Then they get their brand new comic, #1. People buy it. Like, this new team of heroes, awesome. When you get to the end of that book, you realize that the Thunderbolts have been the masters of evil this entire time. And they've been supervillains posing as heroes this entire time. And that shocked everybody. And it's one of the coolest reveals that's happened in a Marvel comic ever. And since then, the Thunderbolts have been repurposed, repackaged into something that I guess could resemble the Suicide Squad, but it's not. They are not hidden from the public. They are government issued people who go out to collect either supervillains or superheroes. During Civil War, the Thunderbolts were the people who captured heroes and villains to bring them to the registration side. Right now in Devil's Reign, they are part of the police force, policing heroes for Mayor Fisk. So they're also part of the Dark Avengers stuff that happens. So many possibilities that they can take in the direction. I don't think it's going to be that they're going to be heroes that we've never heard of. Because they want to have Florence Pugh and Baron Zemo and stuff.
This is not, Deadline was clear, like, this was just what they're hearing. It's like Winter Soldier, Baron Zemo, Yelena Belova, and probably being led by Val.
Taskmaster's on that list too, right?
Yeah.
Taskmaster's on that list too, yes.
Everybody who's on that team, maybe except for Abomination. Is Abomination on that list, right?
I didn't see it. It's not on the list.
Okay, maybe not. Okay, then he's not on it. That's fine.
I think they're doing. This is what Falcon and the Winter Soldier set up, right? Like that's what they were like. Falcon and Winter Soldier. So it would be a sponsored Avengers team, basically. Well, like a street level. Like we're dealing with super soldiers. We're not dealing with monsters.
I guess in the roster that they gave us, Zemo's the one that feels weird.
No, he's the guy who leads the Thunderbolts for decades. He's the guy who makes the Thunderbolts.
I understand in terms of the comics. I'm talking the state we're in the MCU. Everyone else is on hero, anti-hero status at best. Zemo's in villain place and in Wakanda.
Yeah.
So that's why like paying for his crimes over there. Him on this list and working with the other characters is the one that feels out of place, I guess.
It can very much
for the roster as the MCU is at this moment. Of course, they can find a way to get the characters to where where that would make sense. But there's other people on this team that I feel like would not jive with Zemo being there. I don't even think Val would necessarily want Zemo there as it is now, but who knows?
Yeah. Yes.
Also a shame we'll get no Ross involvement in this.
That's true.
Funny enough, Thunderbolt Ross, even though his name is Thunderbolt, he is a relatively new addition to the Thunderbolts mythology. He's not a part of the first 3 decades of it. But he would have been involved for sure.
Right, I was aware of that, but like this is definitely like where he's still around. This would have been the place to do his Red Hulk action for sure.
Yeah. Honestly, like with everything that I've given and my deduction skills that I think are pretty good. Val is basically going to create her own version of the Avengers. And Yelena's going to be Black Widow. Someone's going to be Hawkeye. There's always an amalgamation of a character being someone else, basically. The way I see Zemo showing up is Zemo will be the only one of that group doing the original Thunderbolts team. I think it would be incredible if a new character showed up. And unfortunately, if you know the Thunderbolts, this will not be a shock to you, kind of like Bucky being the Winter Soldier. But Citizen V, who is the leader of the Thunderbolts, he is a new hero who shows up under Val's watch, saying, hey, this is the leader of our team. He's going to be your guide. And then halfway through the show, we find out it's Zemo. I see that directly happening like so easy. And that's what the great thing is about doing it so far away from the Thunderbolts inception. Again, the team has been used in so many different ways. You can combine all of them together. So you have the secret villain being the hero. You could have the reformed villains trying to be heroes. You could have the government getting involved to take down. People think this is how it's going to happen in Kamala Khan already. With Stewie taking down like Kamala stuff. Like this is all stuff that's happening right now. Like, and I'm just like, Thunderbolts is the thing I have been personally waiting for so much because it's all the shit that I love most about the Marvel Universe. It's like reformed heroes, all of that shit. I love it.
U.S. Agent was also another one of the rumored characters in this roster.
Yeah. Taskmaster and U.S. Agent are both on the Thunderbolts team in comics as we speak.
I wonder if they would not. They probably would just make the character just quippy now.
You have to give Taskmaster a personality. That's what I was going to say. You have to give her a personality now.
The only thing I could think of is like she got massive brain damage and they just made her into a crazy person. Because Taskmaster's nuts.
She already has brain damage, doesn't she?
No, but like after the battle with Natasha, like it got worse.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to, like Spark said, you'd have to give him personality. And again, this is the rumored team. It sounds right, so it could, but they could just be like, oh yeah, all new characters. Why would they do that?
I definitely think that they're going to introduce at least some of the original cast. There's Mach 5, there's Citizen V, there's Songbird, Moonstone. Those are all important Marvel characters to the Thunderbolts, who also have like bigger ramifications in the Marvel Universe outside of that too. So just I'm so excited. This is the one I've really been waiting for. I love it.
This is the first team-up film of Phase 4 that we've heard about.
And was it movie or show?
This movie.
Okay, that's good.
And this is, the director hasn't done anything before. He's done music videos before.
He is part of the same creative team that Spider-Man director guy is part of.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's why Patrick Williams is so excited, because the Spider Boys are all getting Marvel movies, basically.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
Let's move on to some comics. We talked about, long ago now. Maybe not that long ago, but the writer of Berserk, Kentaro Mori?
Moira.
He passed away before, and the series was not finished, but he did pass away. They've just announced this week that the manga series will continue with Kuji Mira writing, and they are a good friend of the original writer, and he left notes. There are apparently like really detailed notes of how Berserk was supposed to end, how each arc was supposed to end, that they are going to play off of at this point.
Yeah, this was a big shock, a surprising shock to the manga audience when it was announced. Because like it's one of those situations where like, what do you do when a book's been going on for literally almost 40 years and the sole person making it passes away? And I think it is the right choice, and they agree, is to continue it to at least to the finish and the end. And if the notes are there, they posted a huge long multi-page thing about like how hard it was the decision to make, and like was it the right choice, and like who's going to be involved, and like they wrestled with like is this an honorable thing to do? And at the end of the day, is not finishing art is worse than leaving it there, right? So like, I think it's fantastic. It gives me a reason to finish it. Only 600 chapters behind or whatever.
Oh, only.
Yeah, only. I have 3 omnibuses of like 20. That's fine.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay. This one's a little misleading, but it's called DC Horror Presents Sergeant Rock versus the Army of Darkness. This is written by Bruce Campbell.
Is it?
It is.
Okay. Awesome.
With art by Eduardo Risso.
No, he's good.
Bruce Campbell is a huge fan of Sergeant Rock, apparently. This is, however, not a crossover with the Army of Darkness comic book series. It is independent. It is completely independent because it is about Sergeant Rock going up against Hitler's dead Nazi soldiers that he has brought back from the dead.
Okay. I mean, that's cool.
It's gonna be a 6-issue miniseries out in September. I'm actually really excited. I really like Sergeant Rock, honestly. Like, he's a cool character.
Yeah.
And Bruce Campbell writing it, I'm very intrigued.
No offense to Mr. Campbell, lovely actor. I don't know his writing prowess as a comic book writer. So we'll see how it goes. Eduardo Risso is a tremendous artist, though. So like, at least I'll look good.
Yeah. I've only read his one autobiography.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't read both of them. Yeah, cool. I think that's cool. Although I was really misled. I was like, oh, Army of Darkness? I thought it was going to be Sergeant Rock versus Deadites and the Necronomicon.
Yeah, it is extremely misleading.
Yes, isn't it?
And they know it.
And they know it. Man, we should do Marvel versus the Army of Darkness soon.
Oh.
All right, some video game news. Slight video game news, guys. The Summer of Game Fest big episode will be later.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get into some other things real quickly. The Grammys. I'm sorry, I thought this was video game news. Will now have a category for video game scores.
Awesome.
So any music made for a video game can now be nominated for a Grammy.
Inclusion is fantastic. Video games are just as much as art as anything else.
Yeah, this is kind of cool because this is like if the Oscars added that stunt category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, the music for these video games should not be exempt just because it was for a video game. So it's really great that they made this category.
Yeah. E3 is definitely coming back as a physical show in 2023.
Sure it is.
It. Nobody wants it.
Everyone was happy it was gone.
Yeah, no, like doing it this way. Like Jeff Keighley knows what to do. He's got it on lock.
I think it's really nice that they want everyone to come together for the last E3 in 2023. I think that's really cool.
Sure. Sparks, you wanted to add this one. Midnight Suns had a trailer. I watched the trailer. It was very good.
Rather than just only have this at Game Fest, I thought this was something we should talk about here. That you go ahead.
Yuri Lowenthal, the voice actor for Spider-Man in the Spider-Man PS4 games, is returning as Spider-Man in this game.
Right. This isn't the first time he's returned as Spider-Man from PS4. Mm-hmm. He also showed up in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 for the Switch.
Oh,
that's true.
Well, he's been Spider-Man since the Amazing Spider-Man video game. Cool. Interestingly,
but not in Avengers, correct?
No, it's some random.
It's someone else in Avengers. Yeah.
Right.
I don't think they could afford him.
Yeah, I just thought this was cool, good news to learn, and it does seem, at least they haven't said at this moment. I think more importantly, like they've confirmed Spider-Man's involvement, and it doesn't seem that Spider-Man or Venom are locked to the PlayStation versions of this game. They'll be on all consoles.
Yeah,
so
he's just part of it.
That's also cool because Avengers obviously didn't get that treatment. I'm glad that these are characters that are being treated like they could be used in these other places as well.
Now, Ryan, what kind of game is Midnight Suns again? I forgot.
So it is basically a tactics card game where if you've ever seen something like Final Fantasy Tactics or XCOM, where you're based on a grid and you move characters a certain amount of points, you have a certain amount of points to attack and stuff. So it's a tactics game, but it's also an RPG. The thing, well, I'll go into it briefly because like I am so much more hyped for this game than I originally was. It is a hardcore RPG where you go through every mission, or you go through days, you do an amount of stuff in a day and the next day progresses. You can only do so much stuff within a day, so you can only hang out with all of these different Avengers so much in a day. So if you want to become best friends with, say, Iron Man, you have to hang out only with Iron Man for a long period of the campaign to unlock all of his cool shit. That's something the Persona games have done. That's something other like RPGs have done, like true character progression. And they
Dragon
said
Ball
like
Xenoverse.
Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Exactly, Dragon Ball Xenoverse. They said that you, unlike Xenoverse though, they said you will not be able to max out every character in one playthrough, because like a real RPG, like time is progressing through the day. So like you only have a certain amount of time. So like if you want to be best friends with one character, you got to make that choice, which will unlock them new costumes, new missions, new attacks, stuff like that. Also just like hanging out with them. Like there's so much dialogue. Like you're just watching movies with the Avengers, working out with the Avengers. It is something that like, this is a Midnight Suns game and 2/3 of the Midnight Suns aren't even on the roster. That sucks as a fan of the Midnight Suns. But again, like they're not going to have Morbius and Damon Hellstrom and Brother Voodoo and like show up, unfortunately. They might show up as side characters, but like no one's going to buy this game for Morbius. You need Spider-Man. That's fine. And that's fine.
The trailer, I watched the trailer. It's an all cinematic trailer. I thought it looked really cool. I really like that Venom design. I think that Venom design is awesome.
Yeah, demonized characters is going to be really fun. Abomination and Hulk look super scary. Like, very excited for it.
Obama Hulk? Obama. No.
Thanks, Obama Hulk.
Obama Hulk. The funny part to me is that I didn't catch that I said it the first time, and then was going to repeat it and caught it then.
Sure.
All right. Hulkination. Hulkination.
Hulkamania.
All right, I did it. I got there. The Last of Us Part 1 was coming. The remake of The Last of Us is the ground floor remake, all new thing.
Yeah.
And retitled The Last of Us Part 1, coming to the PlayStation 5 this year.
Listen. It looks great. Like, it looks stunning. It looks like a better quality version of The Last of Us 2's engine, because Last of Us 2 came out on PS4. The Last of Us Remastered came out for PS4 only a couple years ago. This game has been remade twice in 3 years. The money that this game is getting could have went to anything else, in my opinion.
My thing is that, like, I saw the difference when they did in the presentation. They're like, here's a frame from the remaster, here's the frame from the remake side by side. But when I'm watching the footage of the remake in motion, I'm like, I don't know, it seems the same to me. Like, I can acknowledge that it looks better, but like, your imagination also fills in things, you know?
It looks
and
incredible.
So, like, I'm like, it still looked great as a remaster. I like, to me, this is unnecessary. Now, they're saying that there are things in the engine that they're doing with the technology of the game that isn't things that they could do at the time. So maybe the gameplay will be more.
Yes. So here's the thing. If you watch the trailer, they also show footage of Left Behind, which is the DLC.
Right.
So they are from the ground up remaking all of it into one experience to make it longer, just like The Last of Us 2 was a 20-hour game that did not need to be 20 hours long. But that makes sense.
It's probably being built to connect better to Last of Us Part 2, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, certainly.
That's why they retitled the Part 1, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, right, though, like, The Last of Us 2's gameplay is exceptional, and the AI is just leaps and bounds better than the PS4, than the PS3's AI. Sure. So, like, the encounters themselves will be more dynamic, and the AI will be better. But the story is the same. It's the same cutscenes, just done better. They did a side by side. They're not changing the game in very many ways. So, for someone who's played that game twice, I don't need to play it a third time, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's it's hard for me to imagine a world where when I do feel the need to play The Last of Us again, the original, that
I pay $70.
Well, that I would rather go to this one, you know, when I have the remasters already sitting right there, and I don't think that I feel the difference is negligible. It's not, even if the AI is superior in this new remake, like, it wasn't really a problem in the previous version. Like, it's perfectly great in the original. That's why I'm still like, it's one of the best games for me, the original. And I don't need,
it's
whatever.
so,
it's their money.
again, if that remaster didn't come out a couple years ago, like I wouldn't feel this way. But
Sure, if this
they
had-
just
if it-
did this.
If it had been locked to the PS3 up to this point, I would get it more.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be like, oh shit, yeah, we're ready. But like the fact that there already was a remaster to PS4 that cleaned things up, it's kind of like, okay.
Yeah. The thing is, like, and The Last of Us isn't like a small franchise that like it's an indie franchise. Like it's one of the highest selling PlayStation franchises. So there are a lot of people who haven't played it, but I
They could
can't
just play the remaster.
yeah, for half the price. I can't imagine this game is going to sell 20 million copies because 50 million people have already bought parts 1 and 2 in the remaster already. Like I know some people are jonesing for this because they just love The Last of Us, but like when games have now jumped to $70, this is just a game I played before a little prettier. Like, okay, it's cool.
Yeah, it's like the opposite situation of like the early Resident Evil remakes. Like,
Oh yeah,
Resident Evil 2 remake. Yeah,
That's-
totally. I'll play that game because I haven't played that game in 40 years.
that is a actually different like experience basically,
Yeah.
while still remaining true to the original thing. And like I will probably play this again when The Last of Us Part 3 comes out in 6 years. I'll probably check it out when it's on sale.
We just last week had this very similar conversation in a different way about Resident Evil 4.
Mhm.
And the thing about Resident Evil 4 is that there's a much longer time gap there. You do have upscaled versions of Resident Evil 4 available on the other systems. But a key thing is that Resident Evil 4, by its very nature of what it's doing, has the ability and seems to be implying that it is doing the thing that Evangelion and the Final Fantasy VII remake have done, where they're saying like, hey, in canon, you've done this before. It's a little different now. That's not Last of Us. That's not that story. There's not going to be a thing where you're like, I've been here before. Like, there's not going to be some version of this where at the end, like, you can change how things go.
You know what?
It is what it
Every
is.
time Leon walks into a screen, walks into a door, is like, this looks familiar.
The 7th time, you're like, come on, I know.
Yeah, I get it, man.
You know what would have really actually would have done it for me? If they would have had the cast of the HBO show be the stars of this game. If Pedro Pascal, if they remade The Last of Us and it was a completely different cast, that would give me a little more reason to want to play this game because it's a different experience through the actors alone. But it's just
I get you.
The same.
I get you, but at the same time, like, and they're not exactly voice actors that aren't very prominent voice actors. They are, but it is slightly erasing the voice actors' prominence, right? To do that. Like elevating the television and movie celebrities over them, I feel like is also in its own way a kind of grossness. I was going to say, as we were saying that, the different thing to me would be if you are playing Ellie the whole time.
Yeah.
Rather than just a section of Last of Us Part 1. That would be a different experience.
Also Troy Baker, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Troy Baker as Joel.
Actually, like, he is really, really good. So like, I will give him credit when he deserves it. He's a weird sometimes, but like, he's tremendously talented.
Both of those voices are fantastic for the characters. I wouldn't really want them. Like, I know what you're saying, like, because it provides a different dynamic, but like, I think that's just like you're creating like the who's the better vote, like a whole thing there. But if this game were forcing you to play differently and from Ellie's perspective, that would be something. But that's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh well. I know what's crazy is it's still like when that comes out, like that's going to be one of the greatest games ever made because it's just a better version of one of the greatest games ever made. But we've done it twice already, so it's just like diminishing returns.
You know what? I'll pull back on that because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you are playing as Ellie the whole time.
I think I would have told you by now.
No, they're just remaking the game, bro. No way. I know what you want with this and Resident Evil, but like they're too cowardly. They're not gonna do it.
You're right.
I would love nothing more than that game to start and it's like not Sarah and Joel, right? But like it's cheaper and easier to just do what they're doing, unfortunately. They're outsourcing it. Sorry, real quick, Brad. They're outsourcing it. They're not like Naughty Dog isn't the ones fully making it either. So
right,
because they have more important things to do, like Last of Us Part 3.
No, Last of Us multiplayer spinoff.
Oh, right.
I am excited for that.
No, that's cool. That sounds genuinely intriguing. Sorry, Brandon. That's for Game Fest.
All right. So we're gonna do some Ghostbusters stuff, and I apologize.
You don't need to apologize.
Stuff I'm excited for.
You're totally go for it.
All right. So an animated series He's coming to Netflix. This also connects with Geeked Week, because they announced at the same time. Jason Reitman will executive produce the series, and the series will navigate an unexplored era of Ghostbusters canon, and will create the next generation of Ghostbusters.
Wow.
So, I'm excited.
I thought this was the next generation of Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Well, it sounds like, if I had to guess, I think because they talked about like, oh, we're doing another animated series. Like they've mentioned the first 2 Ghostbusters series. So I'm wondering, is this the future?
Oh, okay.
Is this the future?
Gotcha.
Because you could do the future like Extreme Ghostbusters did.
Oh, you mean like the future?
Yeah.
Oh, I again, cowards.
No, but like it's a Netflix animated show. Like Jason Reitman is a weird guy, so he might push for it.
That'd be cool.
This is going to be also Sony Pictures Animation. They're working on that with Netflix. Sony Pictures Animation is also working on an animated feature film that apparently was something Ivan Reitman was working on before he passed. He wasn't like directing it, but he was like really trying to get it off the ground. Like that's the next Ghostbusters thing that he wanted to do. It is coming now. It's going to be a feature with Jennifer Kluska, who is one of the directors of Hotel Transylvania 4. And Chris Prynoski, who I didn't recognize anything he directed. He directed mostly short animated films.
Okie dokie.
Going to be written by Brenda Shue, which I forgot to look up what they did. I apologize.
Oh, shoot.
And it's going to feature all new characters and supposedly a fresh take. This all happened because of this was Ghostbusters Day happened last week, and they had like a big they had like a Marvel thing. You know how Marvel's like, here's all the things we're doing. They did that. So yeah.
I'll let you go all the way through, I guess.
No, if you want to say something, go ahead.
I mean, like, my thing is, because we talked about like the previous Ghostbuster stuff, that like, one of my detractors for Afterlife is I'm like, I want new ghosts and different things. And so like, this is a positive about these. They have the potential to do those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. And that makes me happy. Like, I want dynamic, different things. If we're going to like, I don't want the rehashing thing. If we're gonna mine
Ghostbusters, do something new with it. Yeah,
I do think it's funny that we're announcing like 5 Ghostbusters things, and not a single one of them is going to pick up with the ladies.
Nope,
they're just shoving them off to the wayside.
Well, you remember when the Ghostbusters like big set was coming out? They left out 2016, mm-hmm. and Paul Feig even was like, "Hey, I have a Ghostbusters film. What the hell?" And Sony was like, "Okay, well, we added it. It's a digital code."
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm obviously really excited for it. There was a lot of talk of Extreme Ghostbusters at that convention, so I think that is an inspiration to what they're doing when they're talking about like, we're gonna do something different, we're gonna do something new, and that's what Extreme Ghostbusters was.
Talking monkeys.
You guys remember the Evolution animated show or that movie?
I like the movie a lot.
Yeah.
I remember there was a show. I did not watch it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Men in Black TV show. All of them.
I did watch that.
Time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too.
I did watch Men in Black. That was good.
Godzilla. All right. That Godzilla show's good.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostbusters. I did have an article published on KaijuRamenmedia.com. It's about
Godzilla season 2, Hanna-Barbera cartoon on YouTube.
Yes, that is published. They're releasing that second season that hasn't been released officially before on YouTube.
Excellent.
Cool. All right. Back to Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters is going to have a really sick ass VR that I want to do so bad. It's going to be an immersive Ghostbusters training where you're in a kind of like a decked out Ecto-1 that's like a one-seater now. And it's going to be VR, and you get to like, you're training to fight like ghosts. So it's basically like that PS3 Ghostbusters game, but with like VR instead of a controller.
Yeah, and there's still that other Ghostbusters game coming too.
Yeah, I didn't put that on here, but yes, they did talk about that Ghostbusters game is coming.
Yeah, because it's not announced this week, but I'm thinking about like just the collective. They're really hard push on the Ghostbusters right now.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
I'm excited for that game. You can play as a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is going to open in 400 locations around the world, so it's going to be the thing that you go to. Kind of like what's it called? The Void.
Yeah.
So
the Void.
Like There wasn't a lot of information about this, but Dark Horse is now going to start publishing Ghostbusters comic books. Image was doing it. IDW was doing it before. Now Dark Horse will. Dark Horse is going to do at first, they did imply that there could be more, but they didn't say exactly what. But there's going to be a limited series set in the world of Ghostbusters coming out at the end of the year from Dark Horse.
Beautiful.
And then finally, what we knew already is the Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel is in development, and all they said was, we're back in Manhattan, it's codenamed Firehouse, and it's going to continue the Spangler family's journey.
Saga.
They just said Saga.
They said Saga. I winced when I saw that. Because that's when I think of Ghostbusters, I think of making it a legacy about a family.
I really like Ghostbusters Afterlife, so I'm excited for all of this.
Sure. Boy, do I really hope that those comments he made about wanting the next film to bring back the other villain from the second film and make him the villain for this sequel. Hope that's not true. Sure, hope we're not doing that.
I what's his name? Ego, yeah, the Carpathian.
Yeah.
I love that guy more than Gozer, but I don't need to see him again. I got him.
That's the thing. Like, here, I'll acknowledge. I love Ghostbusters Afterlife. I love Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's like legitimately in my top 10. I really love Ghostbusters Afterlife. Makes me cry every single time. If we do a sequel, I want new. No matter, like, I don't think I'll be happy with going as happy as I was with Afterlife. I won't be as happy going into another one that I know is just going to be Ego the Carpathian again.
Right.
Like, let's do a different thing.
Yeah, I think that was the worst comment he made when they were out doing the press for Afterlife. Is he's like, yeah, if we do another, I'm thinking we bring back Ego, and I'm like, boy, that is so not the answer I want.
What if we redeem Ghostbusters too?
I wonder if it's because people were saying that he retconned Ghostbusters 2 and he felt like he didn't.
Is it a retcon if you just don't acknowledge it whatsoever?
No.
All right.
In fact, that's more evidence that it still exists.
Exactly. You just don't talk about it, and it's there if you want it to be.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm excited for all of that, especially the animated stuff. Like, yeah. Give me more animated Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I think the animated has the greater appeal to me, just again because of there's only one live action thing here, so it's not really like the comic and the animated stuff and even the VR experience all have the potential of like new. Because there's a lot you can do with the concept of the world they've created. The variety in the look of the ghosts that we see in the first and second film implies a whole lot of creativity. And then I didn't watch the shows, but I'm aware enough of some of the designs from the cartoons to know that there's a lot of potential for what you can do. And I just hope that we drive down that road rather than the regurgitation that I fear.
I got two things, which is one, it's because of the first Ghostbusters series that came out before Extreme that Ghostbusters 2 was radically altered, and Egon is a very different character in that film because of it. It's because of the popularity of that show.
So I thought Extreme Ghostbusters was the one that I'm thinking of. It's not. It's the first one. It's the real Ghostbusters, which has the monkey and all the actually weird shit.
Yeah.
Extreme Ghostbusters, it looks like just like an anime Ghostbusters.
I really like Extreme. It's weird, but I like it.
I'd rather have a monkey in it.
Janine is the leader of the Ghostbusters in it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Which I thought was fun.
Yeah.
The real Ghostbusters really altered Ghostbusters 2 and made it like a lot more kid friendly in the first one. And then the second thing is gone. All right,
like a butterfly.
I think if you can push out this much Ghostbuster product somewhere, we can pick up with the ladies again. I don't really care where. I don't even care if it's them coming back and playing roles, if it's animated or comics. I just think they deserve their place in the Ghostbuster canon acknowledged as well.
It's true.
I will only say because of what they went through, I agree with that. But I definitely did not like that movie.
Sure, I mean we're different people.
True. All right, moving on to Netflix Geeked Week.
We're geeks.
The basically week-long event that Netflix put on, basically their convention. With it came a lot of announcements. So first up, Sweet Tooth season 2 is wrapped. Didn't even know it was filming, but that was cool to find out.
I think we did know that it was filming a little while after the cast got the season 2 announcement renewal thing.
Oh, it's right.
where they got like the care packages that told them they were getting a season 2.
The giant thing of chocolate that I was so jealous of.
Yeah, this is great. Can't wait.
The Old Guard 2 has cast Uma Thurman and Henry Golding.
Ooh.
I want Charlize Theron and Uma Thurman crackling off each other on screen.
Yeah, me too.
I want that more than I want many things in this world.
Oh, I forgot they introduced the girl who was in the coffin in Old Guard 1. So it couldn't be Uma Thurman.
No, it can't.
Yeah.
It can't be.
Oh yeah, that was the plot element. Yeah, her like the yeah, that's gonna be good.
Her like lover was in the
God, that Old Guard movie was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
I'm glad that second one's still happening.
Ryan, you just started watching Arcane. Sparks and I, we love Arcane.
Mm-hmm.
Arcane Bridging the Rift is coming. This is not a spinoff of Arcane. It is not Arcane season 2. It is going to be a 5-part YouTube docu-series that's going to walk basically the audience through the making of the series that took 14 years apparently from when they conceived it to when it came out.
This is why I started watching Arcane, so I can watch this.
Yeah.
Weird that it's not going to be on Netflix, but I'm just happy to have it.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
I really like putting more of a spotlight on that animation studio because a lot of it has gone to the makers of Arcane. But like that animation studio needs to be like they were doing the League of Legends music videos prior to that show, and this was like their first show that they did, and it's beautiful, and like I want to see like every step of that process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Well deserved docuseries.
Yeah, I even watched the League of Legends music videos recently because I wanted to see the animation again.
Yeah, that animation's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's coming out August 4th.
God, if only that was a game I wanted to play.
Yeah, that show was excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say, if you want to dabble in that world at all, I highly recommend Legends of Runeterra, which is a mobile card game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's you're getting experience with those characters in the world, but I find that card game very good. It's very well paced and a good game to play, and you can pick it up and put it down. You can play against friends and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's a lot easier of a game entry point, I think, for anybody than League of Legends itself is.
Lol.
And demands far less expectation of you needing to put any money into it. You can enjoy that game without paying for anything.
Although, if you are an Xbox Game Pass subscriber on PC, they give you free characters that normally cost money if you're a Game Pass subscriber for League of Legends.
That's true. Yeah.
Rebel Moon announced they showed us a costume test of one of the aliens, which looked pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
But also announced that Anthony Hopkins is cast as Jimmy, who is a sentient. So this is going to be the voice of Jimmy, who is a sentient JC-1435 mechanized battle robot and one-time defender of the Slain King.
Love it.
So, to my mind, Anthony looked at his robot companion in the Transformers film and said, I want to be that next. And so now he will be that next.
He looks like a character from Destiny.
He does.
Have you seen what he looks like, Sparks?
No.
Oh, no, there's a picture of what he looks like. He looks like a Destiny character.
Yeah. If there's a picture, it's just like it's got like it's the one where he's like Hopkins, and that's who he.
And he's got blue eyes, and he's like in like a robe with spikes like sticking out of it. Yeah. He's a cool droid, man. The movie at least will look incredible. Like Zack Snyder's got a good eye for vision, so like cool looking aliens, cool looking droids. I'm into it.
Oh yeah, that's very Destiny.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm excited because like I like space operas. I like goofy space operas, and I don't hate Zack Snyder. I think that like he could pull off something really fun here. I do wish he wasn't already going like, yeah, it's a shared universe. We're going to do spin-offs, and we're going to do like he did with Army of the Dead.
People already jokingly merging Anthony Hopkins' blue-eyed robot with the blue eyes of the zombie robots from Army of the Dead. They're like connected, and like, no, guys.
Army of the Dead didn't. Geek Week didn't show anything from the Army of Dead anime that's coming soon.
Oh. It might be too far in.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he's treating it like Army of the Dead, which is like we're already going to have spin-offs and sequels and animated shows and TV shows and whatever. But it's exciting because like I really like the cast. I
Mhm.
hope he better get it. Man, if he makes this really epic space movie with really cool visuals, and he didn't get a cinematographer like Army of the Dead, where he's just like out of focus background, I'm gonna be so upset because like I want to see the visuals, man.
I got a feeling he's gonna actually like hire someone to do a job instead of just him thinking he knows what he's doing.
He better.
Yeah, I got
because I get blurring out ugly Las Vegas, whatever, but like give me some space stuff. Don't blur out the space stuff, man.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, none of us watched Masters of the Universe Revelations, right?
I wanted to, but no.
I still want to, but I haven't.
I still want to. Well, you're in luck because another show is coming. Masters of the Universe Revolution will be the sequel series to Masters of the Universe Revelations, and Kevin Smith is, of course, returning to do this one.
Cool. People seem to like that, and I see the toys at Target all the time. So
those toys are really cool. I really like that Battle Cat.
Bad news, y'all.
What?
On Wikipedia, it says cinematography by Zack Snyder.
Oh man!
Oh, not the moon!
Oh,
not this one!
Ah, Zack.
This is like when we see like Nur in Obi-Wan and in Fallen Order.
We could have had it all.
We could have had it all. All right, man. I hope that's lying.
Yeah, right.
All right, that I'm sad. Okay, Junji Ito. Let's go to something happy like Junji Ito.
Mm-hmm.
Spookies.
Junji Ito had a message. No footage was shown of Spiral.
Yes,
Uzumaki.
Correct.
Uzumaki.
Well, because Uzumaki's not Netflix.
Right. That's
Uzumaki's coming to Adult Swim.
4 years ago.
They are taking their time, but you kind of have to, and I think it's going to work.
I agree. I'm very excited. All right. Junji Ito Maniac, Japanese Tales of the Macabre is coming to Netflix. This is going to be a series of 20 individual Junji Ito tales animated. And they are there's 20 of them, but he only said what 3 of them were. I want to read out the 3 to you guys, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
So the 3 are Tomi, Sushi, and the Hanging Balloons. And then there will be 17 more. So Tomi centers on an alluring woman who is the living embodiment of death. She cannot die, and everywhere she goes, people die around her, whether by madness, suicide, or at the hands of those she controls and infects.
Sounds cool to me. The Midas touch.
Suichi? I don't remember. Refers to a series... What?
Suichi.
Refers to a series of Ito's stories centering on the titular mischievous boy who is one of the author's most recurring antagonists throughout his work. With strange powers at his disposal and a generally creepy demeanor amplified by his menacing facial expressions, he goes out of his way to horrify and harm people through the use of Katashiro dolls.
Sounds spooky. That sounds good to me. I love scary faces.
All through this, he was showing like art, like not like art, but like sketches he had done of the character designs.
Yeah.
This one's really creepy. Okay. And then finally, The Hanging Balloons is one of Ito's more infamous short stories that he conceived of while thinking of the idea of a dead body hanging from a balloon. It's a remarkably bleak tale revolving around suicide and mass hallucination that quickly turns into a nightmare. The balloon is a woman's head.
Oh, so this is the bleak one.
This is the bleak one.
As opposed to everything else he writes.
Yeah.
Hey, man. I'll take more of it.
I will not pretend that I'm familiar enough. Like, I've read plenty of Junji Ito, but I'm not going to pretend I'm familiar with Suichi or The Hanging Balloons. I have not read Tomi. However, I do know that Tomi has a big following of people that really appreciate that story. So this is cool. I have to believe that you can deduce some of the other ones that are going to be in here by Junji Ito's repertoire of short stories. I will be shocked given the popularity increasing due to like it being one of the more commonly shared stories of his. The Enigma of Amigara Fault, I suspect, will be one of the shorts in this as well. That's just me postulating, but that one has gotten a lot of attention over the past few years because of people sharing the images from it and talking about how messed up it is and making morbid jokes out of it. If you're not familiar, this is a story where on a fault line, these human-shaped holes appear in The Rock, and people who see it, if they see the one that's for them, they get obsessed with it and they say, this is my hole.
Yep.
This hole's for me. It's calling me, and they move their body into it. It's like perfectly sized for them, but then they can't get back out.
I've seen panels from that one specifically. I remember.
Yeah. It's become quite popular on the internet lately. So I think that one will probably be amongst this list.
I think when I had more money, I bought Uzumaki.
Hell yeah.
I'm excied for more Junji Ito stuff for sure.
This is apparently the second anthology series he had. Adult Swim did one a couple of years ago. Castlevania Nocturne. We knew that the Castlevania series was ending for a new series, and this is that new series. This is Richter Belmont.
He's a descendant. He's a descendant.
It sounded like the Woody Woodpecker laugh.
He's a descendant.
Will take place during the French Revolution, the series, and takes inspiration from Castlevania Rondo of Blood. Yeah?
Yeah.
And Castlevania Symphony of Night.
Symphony of the Night, which is the greatest Castlevania game ever made. So this is special one because this is getting closer to one of the greatest games ever made. Story. Its story is good, and also the game is good. But this is just one of the best periods in Castlevania because Richter rules. Spoilers, I guess, for the next season of Castlevania, but it's a game that came out 30 years ago. Richter beats Dracula, and then Richter goes missing, so Alucard has to go find him, and it's a big old mystery in Dracula's castle. And I'm just like, this is the one that's going to make me go back and finish that third season because I forgot it came out. Do we know if Warren Ellis is involved or not?
No, this is why I suspect this is why they just canceled the series outright.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure like we didn't see his name anywhere or anything. Good. Yeah. I love Castlevania, and I want more of it with less bad people in it.
I was pretty hurt by how sloppily handled the third season of Castlevania was. Not to mention that I didn't think the second season was very well handled before that. So I don't have a ton of faith in. We've talked about this before, that the second season has like half of it is an interesting story that's well paced and half of it isn't.
Oh no, I agree. I just disagree.
Yeah. And did you just say I agree? I just disagree.
No. So I meant to say, like I hear you, but like I just disagree on your point. I liked season 2 more than you did.
Yeah. Season 3 is also kind of a fumbly mess, so I'm like, we'll see.
I thought you had a longer thing, so I started eating.
This is a podcast, Brandon.
I don't need to spend a bunch of time.
That's why I
it.
mute myself.
I said my thoughts.
All right.
they've lost a portion of my trust. We'll see.
Or did Warren Ellis lose a portion of your trust?
One man cannot be the only person responsible for some of the problems in that season.
Yeah, that's fair.
True.
Okay. Well, there was a little clip. Looks good animation, I guess. All right. One Piece. That's a show you guys have seen, right?
Nope.
I've seen 3 out of the 900 episodes.
Well, I'll count it.
I've never watched it once.
Not even One Piece?
No. Nope. Not even a single piece of One Piece.
Haven't one of us has Ben seen One Piece? One of us has seen One Piece,
I'm sure
right?
Ben has seen parts of One Piece.
It's
nobody here is caught up on One Piece.
The One Piece, it's about Pieces of Eight. It's about the pirate kings and shit.
Yeah. Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. I know, I'm familiar.
Yes.
One Piece, the live action series is still coming from Netflix. Cowboy Bebop did not deter them. And it's going to what they did was they showed a first look of what the sets are looking like, and they're building massive sets for the show.
Mag says he's caught up. You've watched almost 1,000 episodes, over 1,000 episodes of One Piece. I'm so proud.
It helps. Mag. It helps if you've been doing it from at least early on.
Even still, like 1,000 is like I haven't read 1,000 issues of Action Comics, and I read a lot of comics. You know what I mean?
Michael and Megan are doing it. They're going through One Piece. They're skipping all the filler, but they're going.
Oh, then I don't count that. I don't. That's not real. That's not real to me. No way.
I mean, you're basically doing the manga story, which is still long as balls. But
no,
but
I know,
in the
but
anime
like,
form.
But like, if you're gonna 900 episodes or nothing,
ain't nobody got time for that. We're talking like filler as it was in the mid 90s in some of those cases. Like, no thanks.
Yeah, I watched Dragon Ball. It's bad. I get it.
Yeah.
anyway, the sets looked really cool. I'm not familiar with One Piece, but I like when it feels like they're putting in the money to make it look authentic with these really big practical locations.
It certainly looks like the thing from the show.
Yeah.
I mean, like, at least they're putting a lot of money into it. Yeah.
What did you say, Sparks?
I have no dog in this fight. I just am like, I think the decision to make it live action is so baffling when it's not even done.
And here's the thing,
like you can't end this story, or at least you have to come up with your own way to end this story.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think they would start making this show with a show that's still going on 1,000 episodes later. I think they know they're not going to be able to finish that story. I just don't know. Are you going to just do a 2-season thing? You can't.
My understanding my understanding though is that like you can't even like make an approximation of like so much has happened in that story. You can't even make an approximation of where that show is now to be the ending of your show. You would need so much time to flesh out that material. Even at your fastest pace, like you got to be like leaping through 5 seasons minimum. I just don't see the point of that endeavor. You gotta, I guess you have to have envisioned your own, like, we're just kind of gonna find our own little pirate arc here, I guess.
I have to imagine like they're not even concerned with the overall plot. They're just gonna tell their own like 5-season. They just wanted to use the story of One Piece, I guess.
You're using 5 seasons. What are we talking about? Netflix from 10 years ago? This gets 2 seasons.
Yeah. Sorry, this ain't Stranger Things $30 million episodes. Yeah. You're right.
You're right. That's if this does well.
Yeah. It's cool. It's cool that you all are going to get to experience One Piece in live action. I'm sure it might be entirely enjoyable and valuable, especially because it's adapting like the very earliest stuff. I assume you will have that, and then it will never be finished.
Yes.
It's so interesting to choose One Piece. Yeah.
Day Shift. New Jamie Foxx movie. We got a first look of this guy.
Vampire Hunter.
This made me the most excited about this movie that I've been up to this point.
Yeah, me too.
Because it's like, it's a stunt guy who's been doing stunts on a ton of movies for forever,
including John Wick.
Now taking on and Mortal Kombat Annihilation. It goes back that far, and now making his directorial debut. And his focus is, when we can use stunts and practicals, we're using stunts and practicals as much as possible to make a cool vampire movie. And I'm like, okay, well that's pretty cool.
And you see a lot of that. So what I really liked about this behind the scenes was that they were showcasing the stunts, and being like, we're going to show you exactly how it's like. You see like the contortionist, you see like the wire work, like that's all in camera, all done without VFX. It looks incredible.
It was such the right way to market this movie.
Yeah.
This has made me want to watch this movie. I'm like, okay, you're doing cool stuff for real. That's pretty neat. I'm into it. Plus Snoop Dogg in his Van Helsing getup is awesome.
I really love Jamie Foxx as a person. He's very funny when he's just like, this thing has what I call popcorn moments.
Yeah. Jamie Foxx has made a bunch of Netflix movies recently that none of us have watched, and apparently like they're all not good.
He was in a Netflix sitcom.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow, crazy.
Because he started in a sitcom and he wanted to go back.
This did look really fun. I don't know if it'll be good, but like this looks fun. It looks like everyone's having a good time, but like
I know it's not Chad Stahelski directing it, he's producing it, but this is one of his guys. That's why he's a producer on it. So like I have no reason to think it's not going to be good.
I am sure that like the stunts and stuff will be great. All that stuff, all the action. I'm not worried about
That's the thing. That's the thing is like the fact that it's a film that like is built around, like it's the same, obviously from a different approach, but like it's the same mentality as like Top Gun Maverick's point is, how can we make a cool movie around the fact that we're going to film the actors in these jets, and we're going to film the jets really well. And and this one is like, how can we make a cool vampire thing around the fact that we're going to film these actual stunts we're going to make the characters be going through, and how do we form a story around that? So the story might not be so great, but I have very good indication at this point to believe that it will be entertaining to watch. And that's more than I thought it was going to be before this moment.
Also, you got to remember that John Wick came from just the conceptual idea of like, how can we make gun reloading cool?
Yeah.
So
no, I think I would rather watch Keanu Reeves
than Jamie Foxx.
But Jamie Foxx does look like he's having fun here.
Yeah.
I want to watch popcorn moments.
If it's gonna be, if it's gonna be like a fun entertainment kind of popcorn esque movie, which is the vein it seems to be in, I think Jamie Foxx can have a ton of fun in that, and I just want someone who's having fun.
This looks like more fun than his last Netflix film, which was the one with the superpowers with Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Oh right, sure. Mag, I see that you said things about One Piece. You're just saying words to me. I don't know what East Blue Or's Grand Line is.
I mean, I know what that
We're
means.
not reading it, Mag. We're not reading it.
Talking about it's parts of the ocean. I get it, but I don't get it enough.
All right.
I appreciate you.
Quick trailers. Quick hot trailers.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, okay. We're still in Netflix trailers.
Yeah. The Dragon Prince, Mystery of Avarice. You guys are not watching Dragon Prince.
I'm more of a Dragon Queen kind of guy, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Dragon Princess.
Yeah.
He said queen. Damn it. Listen to him when he talks.
I'm sorry. I am caught up, and I think Ben is caught up too. It's been 3 years since this show was renewed for 7 seasons. And yes, I'm not even kidding. The show was renewed for 7 seasons.
Does that mean anything, or is that just 3 seasons cut up?
Oh
no, because they've already got 3 seasons out, so I assume it's that.
Right, but you know what I mean. Like, is it Netflix cutting up?
I know, but I know what you're saying. I don't know if that's true. I don't know because because it's the guys who did Avatar. It's structured like book 1, book 2, book 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if they were conceived as seasons, or if the first season just covered 3 books. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I really like it. I really like the show. Ben really likes the show. I've been waiting 3 years to hear about a season 4 because I knew it was coming. And I'm really happy that it's coming this year. I will admit to having a moment of going like, I don't know who this guy is.
It's been enough time. Yeah.
When I was watching that trailer, but he was in the finale of The Dragon Prince. I'm excited.
Awesome.
Troll.
Yeah.
Gives me Troll Hunter vibes.
Yep, that's wow. The only other troll movie I can think of gives me big Troll Hunter vibes.
It does though.
No.
Guy who's only seen 2 troll movies.
It's funny that no, absolutely. This looks awesome, and what's that? When monsters are here, it's that Liam Neeson monster movie. The guy who directed Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom directed it. It was like a monster movie.
A Monster Calls.
I got kind of vibes about that. Where maybe the troll maybe isn't evil, he's just misunderstood and alone kind of thing.
This is the director of Tomb Raider from 2018.
Oh, cool. Okay.
In his native language, he went back to his country to make this movie.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Coming to Netflix. I thought this looks really cool.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot.
It's definitely intriguing as of this moment.
Good teaser.
Sparks, why does he say a couple things about Sonic Prime?
The animation looks really good.
Yeah. I saw a 30-second trailer.
There's not a lot to say still right now. I like the voice for Sonic. We've talked about him before. New actor to the role. I think he's a good pick. I like his voice. They've now shown that they're at Sonic Central. They showed a clip of Shadow, so we know Shadow's in the show.
They also showed a clip of Sonic Frontiers prologue, which actually wasn't a clip apparently.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that, but so we know Shadow's in the show. Now we know Big is in this show along with Froggy. These are Sonic Adventure 2 characters, so we can from that kind of extrapolate that at bare minimum, Amy, Knuckles, Tails. Probably a couple of the other characters, Rouge the Bat, from that era of Sonic are included here. Possibly more further down the timeline, but we can at least suppose from that point that all those characters are going to be in the show. I really like the animation. That's the main thing. Is I just think the animation looks really nice. So yeah, I'm jamming.
I want to say a couple things about Sonic Frontiers. I'm sorry.
We have so much news.
I know. They're talking about like there's a prologue to it, an animated prologue that's going to be online. Knuckles and Amy are in the game, and what they showed us was not even a final or close to final build of the game. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Knuckles is in the prologue, and Tails and Amy go with Sonic into the other world, but they didn't say that Knuckles does. So I don't even know what the point of Knuckles being in the game is.
But you have to get the emeralds, right? The Chaos Emeralds in this. That's what the game is about, right? Whatever.
Probably.
Yeah, but Knuckles isn't attached to the Chaos Emeralds. He's only attached to the Master Emerald in the games.
Well, it still looks terrible.
It's true.
All right. I don't care if it's a first build of the game. Don't show us a first build of the game.
They thought they had something. Yeah.
Sonic Frontiers seems to be a misstep, as we said for I think 30 minutes last time. Yeah.
Oops.
We'll go on.
Yes. Why don't you say a little bit about Lock and Key season 3?
Don't spoil it.
Guys, Lock and Key is so good. I really if you guys haven't watched Lock and Key, this is in general to our audience. I know where you guys are at. If you haven't watched Lock and Key for a while, or you never watched it, you really should. I think with season 3 coming out, I don't feel the need necessarily to rewatch season 1 and 2 because it wasn't that long ago that I finally watched season 2 and thus rewatch season 1 for it. But I highly recommend like putting the emotions of those characters back into your brain rather than a recap video if you can put in the time. I think it's worth it. I think it's going to be a nice, concise 3-season, fully emotional story about this family. I'm looking forward to it. This trailer looks great. I really wish that someone else on this podcast had watched it so I could talk about the actor playing the big bad, but I can't. So it's
like that.
Cool.
I will.
You're going to be really happy about this season when you know who's playing the bad guy.
I will catch up before this drops.
When
is my goal?
When's the 3rd season?
July.
Yeah, I think it's late July.
That's so soon.
I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Okay.
Go on to the next thing.
Intergalactic.
Hey, I love Spider-Verse.
Yeah, I thought the animation here was awesome.
I'm just glad this animation is taking off.
Me too.
It's really interesting because like it's like made and produced by Kid Cudi. August?
Lock and Key, yes, is August 10th.
All right, I might have enough time for that then.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of Fake Nerds watches I got to do first though.
I would love a Lock and Key Fake Nerds watch discussion.
Yeah.
We could do the whole series in one go.
This like again, like it looks like Spider-Verse, but just like the realistic, like people living in a world heavily like rap inspired, with Kid Cudi being involved, but also like a lot of like other rappers and also Timothée Chalamet for some reason.
And Selena Gomez.
Great cast.
Yeah, very cool. Looks great.
Yeah,
I love this animation. I love that this animation is getting more exploration. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, the Sea Beast.
This was a good trailer for this movie. This movie still looks like it doesn't have a hook necessarily for me.
No, it's got a hook about the Sea Beast.
Oh my god. Goodbye, everyone. Good night, everyone.
I do like the relationship between him and the kid. I guess you could argue that that's almost the hook.
Yeah.
I do think that that's supplying something. I do think it's nice. It seems charming. It seems like a worthwhile experience to sit down through. My only thing is that I still think a couple of, not every creature, but some of the creatures, I wish their designs were a little more elaborate.
Sure.
The large red one we see in this trailer is a little too simplistic and a little too How to Train Your Dragon-y for me.
This one, I think we also found out, or maybe we knew before, but Carl Urban is the lead in this.
Yeah.
That's
cool.
That was cool.
I did like the first trailer more, I think, but it still looks like a fun, charming adventure.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna say this one.
I'm glad that it's getting select theater releases.
It's getting a theater release, interestingly, before its Netflix release, not at the same time, which has been the case before.
So 1 month before. That's cool. Good for them.
Yeah. The Cuphead show.
Yeah, Cuphead show looks great.
So I wasn't aware that the first season, quote unquote season, was already out. So I'm gonna immediately watch this as soon as I'm done with other shows. But this, I love this. I thought this looked really cool.
I totally get how you've forgotten that Cuphead came out, but it definitely, like, the week that it dropped, both Ben and I had watched the first few episodes and talked about it here on the podcast. But I get that
how long ago was
went
that?
Out of your brain. That was a while. That was a while.
Okay.
But like, I totally get that it's left your brain at this point.
I'm not gonna remember you guys watching something that I haven't watched. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Like,
for sure.
This looks really
I'm not
cool.
gonna remember anything by the time we hit end.
Yeah. I just did realize, like, because I didn't remember the first trailer or the first season or whatever. So I didn't realize the style was all, man, we're gangsters. Say we gotta go over here. Like, I love that. That's one of my favorite dumb voices to do. Like, that's like the whole show, like old like gangster 30s 40s talk. I'm absolutely gonna catch up. This looks great.
Yeah, I want to check this one out. Dragon Age Absolution.
This is a fine trailer. It reminds me of a lot of other fantasy trailers that we get. That's it's a new fantasy world introduction, but it's a world I'm very familiar with Dragon Age, which is a Bethesda role-playing game. The guys who make Mass Effect. I love this world a lot. I think the thing it does with magic is really interesting, where magic is treated almost like like a weapon, and only like the magic police are allowed to have it, and people who are outside who use magic are basically like hunted down because they can become, if you use magic too much, you turn into a monster. It's just a part of the world. So I really like the way that they handle magic in the world. So that's something I'm really invested in, and this is a really cool thing because it is being made with a Bethesda itself, like, and like the team behind Dragon Age, and we're going to a land that we haven't been to yet in the Dragon Age universe. So it is like actually exploring and unfolding new plot and lore stuff that we haven't seen yet, which is really cool. Instead of like treading over stuff we know, they're actually building upon the world for the new game that's coming out in a couple years.
Yeah, I haven't. I didn't catch who's doing the animation, but the animation looks very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might check this one out.
Hell yeah.
I remember I watched the only because I had a crush on Felicia Day at the time. That Dragon Age web series she did.
Yeah.
Where she was the elf.
Yeah. I watched all her stuff too when I was young. I get it.
Me too. Yeah, all the time. Man, that time her music video, the first one, I watched that a lot.
You ever watch The Guild? Did you watch The Guild?
Oh yeah, I have the first 2 seasons on DVD. Signed.
Beautiful. Hell yeah. Nice.
Yeah. I really liked The Guild. I thought that show was awesome. Did you ever watch The Guild, Sparks?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Right, because because I was turned on to The Guild because of Dr. Horrible sing-along vlog. What a track down memory lane I just went down.
That is kind of how everybody found Felicia Day for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was the Guild inspired Dr. Horrible, but then Dr. Horrible sent everyone to the Guild.
True.
Yes.
Cyberpunk Edge Runners. So you've played Cyberpunk 2077, Ryan.
Baby, I'm going back to it after watching this. Oh my god, this hyped me up so hard. Trigger, are you kidding me? Also, I've never seen the Trigger like logo where it's the two like triggers in their name. Beautiful logo.
Yeah, I love Studio Trigger a lot. Like they've done like everything I love about anything. They've got something. So like I'm super stoked for this. I have no information. I'm sure it would be fine for like people who've never seen Cyberpunk, who've never played Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah.
But like any other animation studio, I would have been like, okay, I'll check it out. But Trigger, you got me there day one.
It not only looks good, Sparks, I showed you 2 minutes of Cyberpunk, specifically an enemy who was like Matrix running at me, and they did that in this trailer. The Netrunner who basically like phases like one of the Underverse people from Chronicles of Riddick, like that kind of like thing. Like they did that in this trailer, meaning like they know the game inside and out. Like they're incorporating everything that we love about the game into beautiful animation. All the hacking stuff. Like it's such a perfect melding Trigger and Cyberpunk actually.
Yeah.
Triggers.
I was just gonna say, like, Trigger's not always a hit, but I am like animation wise they can be, but not always with the story that they're handling. But this looks promising.
Yeah, I really love their animation style. I really like the energy they bring to their animation. See that again. It's also I believe one of the few times that Netflix actually worked with a Japanese anime studio and not farmed it out to Korea.
Oh, cool.
So
also they like CD Projekt Red is also like involved in helping make this, which is always nice. Like I always love like when the creatives like have some input, so like it's more true to the vision and stuff.
Arcane lit a fire on everyone's butts.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. The Midnight Club.
Was this the one that was like the trailer that they made for like we're introducing that there was going to be a show soon? Yes. Yeah, whatever.
This is the Mike Flanagan one.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be great, but like making a trailer to introduce like I never like these types of trailers. Like we're announcing we're coming soon. Aren't you interested? Like, sure, just show me a trailer. Yeah. Okay.
This is they're talking about. They're like reciting an oath that's in this Midnight Club. I wonder if this indicates that this will be a more lighthearted tone than what Mike Flanagan has done before.
I believe I believe he said specifically it is. It is more lighthearted fun. But it's still horror.
Do you guys know the plot of the Midnight Club at all?
No.
Okay, so it's a book. I did not read it, but other people I knew when I was younger read it.
Okay.
All these kids are terminally ill. They're in a terminally ill ward, and they get together every midnight to tell stories.
Oh, it's like an anthology.
The Midnight Club.
Yeah.
Well,
so that's why I'm like, the lightheartedness, they're all dying. Like,
Yeah.
maybe it might not be.
Maybe
I
just
know
not
what
as
you mean.
rated R emotional hardcore. Like it is like lighter feeling.
Sure.
I don't think something as hard as not Bly Manor, the first one, Hill House, and or Midnight Mass.
Midnight Mass.
Yeah,
I could see.
I don't think
could
we'll see
this
something
being,
on that tone.
I could see this being about on the level of Bly Manor.
Yeah,
not
Bly Manor's a little
not
lighter.
Hill House, not Midnight Mass, but Bly Manor, I think, is about the range you could expect.
I also think it would be fun. Which, like, again, there's another director we're going to be talking about making a lighter version of things he's used to. Like, I think it'd be fun if Mike Flanagan challenged himself to make something like a Goosebumps, which this isn't. But like, I think it'd be fun to try something outside of his wheelhouse.
What trailer were you talking about? That's lighthearted.
Rob Zombie's The Monsters.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Geek Week because the next one is Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities.
Oh yeah. This is.
So I thought you were referring to that. I was like, did I watch the right trailer?
No. Lots of anthology stuff going on.
It's an anthology from good cast. Del Toro's got a good cast in this one.
A lot of really good horror directors. Yeah.
And Rupert Grint, Sophia Boutella. Oh, the director of Mandy is doing one of these.
The director of a bunch of good stuff.
Yeah. I just wanted to remind myself a little, so the context, like, that might help you a little bit with at least what this trailer's doing, is that I'm just gonna read this real quick because I think it's cool. Every night at 12, they're in a Rotherham home, which is a hospice for terminally ill young kids. They're teenagers. Every night at 12, a group of them at the hospice came together. They called themselves the Midnight Club, and they would come together and take turns telling stories. Any type of story they could think of, they would tell. Ones filled with intrigue and horror of life and death, true stories, made up stories, and stories that fell somewhere in between. One night, in the middle of a particularly scary story, the kids make a pact with each other. The first one who dies is to make every effort to contact the others from beyond the grave because they're all terminally ill.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And then one of them does
die. Yeah, well, we'll see. But Cabinet of Curiosities, guys. We get a lot of... This is an interesting trailer because it's everything that's not interesting about it. It's everything... It's like a zoom out. It's like people on the sides. It's not like the scary moments of a trailer. This is just kind of like the setup to scary moments. Constantly.
Yeah, I only really care about the fact that, like, we're getting an anthology series with Del Toro and all of the people that they name in it. And that's really all that matters to me.
The director of Splice.
Yeah, there's a lot of... Everyone on that list is I'm really excited for. And we got a trailer for it, which means it's something that's actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Then Resident Evil.
This was a great trailer for this.
Y'all, the people on the internet are insane. This is one of the first times where, like, the fan base and I are not seeing eye to eye, because the fan base for Resident Evil, like, hate this trailer. And I'm like, not everything has to be 1-to-1. This looks like a good TV show. I think the core of what Resident Evil is about the shitty corporation trying to do everything to make money and destroying the world, that's all intact here. If anything, they're retelling the origin of Resident Evil just in the future again, because history repeats itself. Like, that's the most human story of all, is like, we're doomed to repeat ourselves. I thought this was fun.
and they've been so clear that, like, this is them putting something new into the franchise. And I think this is a good trailer. This is a good trailer. I was like, oh, damn.
I'm glad you guys
are actually really hyped to watch this now.
The only thing, I guess, and maybe they have a lot more to reveal. They are showing a lot of the monsters. Like, there's a lot of giant monsters in Resident Evil's, all of them. So the fact that they're showing multiple of them in the trailer makes me hope that they have more to show, instead of just like, hey, this is how we get you in. Because again, like, it's not really the point, but like, I don't want all the big stuff revealed.
Sure.
Do we know who the guy in the tank is at the end?
I'd have to rewatch it. I don't remember.
No, I don't. This is probably the most excited I've been about any Resident Evil film or show trailer
in a while.
I think this is ever. I think this is the best. I think this is really good.
There's one scene where, like, obviously, like, the disaster has happened and Wesker is bathing himself in blood. And I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you bathing in blood, bro? Like, I love it.
The writers of the show and Capcom have talked about how this is like a side story to the games. Like, the games have happened. Yeah. At least that's what they said. In their mind, the games have happened in this continuity. and so this is like that's why like the games are
In the past.
in the world in the past, concurrent, whatever they do it. But this is just a side thing. And I think that's a really cool way to do it because you're putting something new into the Resident Evil world while also not erasing what had come before.
It's the absolute best. It's the absolute best thing I think that they could do. I have no problem with them like gender swapping or not gender swapping, race swapping Wesker. Like he's Lance Reddick. Like I have no problem with that as long as he's
so good though.
As long as he is the Wesker that I know who is actually like an insane crazy person. And I think that's the trajectory of this character. Which he's like, again, history repeats itself. And like the kids are gonna have to fight their dad. That's the thing I'm really waiting for. Is that
Wesker? In the beginning of the trailer, we see that Wesker is like, because they're talking about like after what happened to Umbrella, because what happened in the past happened, and then in New Raccoon City, Umbrella is trying to rebrand, and then and then Wesker's like, this thing that we just put out has the T virus in it. Like, what are we doing?
I'm going to be so curious if this is going to be a rehabilitated Wesker, or it's a Wesker who slowly returns to the person, he becomes like,
or what if, because it's set in two different timelines, before and after, what if the games actually happen in between, and the before is a Wesker origin?
This definitely takes place after like 5 and 6, like when Wesker dies, and then like this if this were a Resident Evil game, this would be like Resident Evil 9, basically. Mm-hmm. How far it is in the future, and then like with 2036, that's like Resident Evil like 11. So
right, because I was saying like just hypothetically, what if we're being misled, and the Wesker in the before the disaster is actually before the disaster?
Yeah. That I would love that. Like my secret my secret hope is that like they are tying in a bunch of game stuff we just don't know about. Like we are going to see the old Raccoon City and like what became New Raccoon City, and we're going to see the old stuff, and like we've rebuilt, because there was a lot of that in this trailer of like, we used to be a shitty company and we're rebranding, but are you
we're
really
better now?
Yeah, again, the Weyland Yutani thing, but with zombies. I am so excited for this, and yeah, it's not the direction that like the gamers would want or whatever, but like this is a fresh take while still incorporating everything we love about the franchise.
It looks very good.
Yeah, love it.
The Sandman. We got it.
This is, man, okay. Like the Sandman is one of those the most like quote unquote unfilmable things, just because like the stuff that's happening in on the page is so cosmic and it's so ethereal and it's so magical that like you just need a shit ton of money to make it look real. We are at the point now. This looks good.
Yeah.
How well it'll adapt everything with like the minutia and like the intricate like beauty of it. Like we'll see. But the visual style of it looks incredible. I love the look of it.
I was blown away by seeing that castle, which is completely rendered castle, looking incredible.
A bridge like spawning up.
Yeah, with like hand, like it looks incredible. Jenna Coleman, I think I already am in love with her as Joanna Constantine.
Yeah. The shot that really got to me was when Sandman, he's being like summoned, like taken, and his hair is huge like Legion from the X-Men, and it's like his body's like super ethereal, and I'm like, man, they're just really going for it. Visually, no complaints whatsoever. Loving the look of it.
I'm very excited for the show.
Anything for you, Spockies? How do you feel about Ravens?
No, I'd only be echoing everything you guys just said. There's not too much to parse through here because it is just a date announcement trailer, which is fine. I have no problem with that.
Is Sammy in your
room
right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you're petting something. I was like, what are you petting, Sam?
Yeah, it's Sammy. It's Sammy. Sammy came in. It's okay because you were talking about the cat. I understand.
You're right.
Mixed up. Right. Sammy was scratching at the door, so I had to open it to let him in.
He scratched at the door.
Yeah, he's now laying on the floor staring at me.
Mark Hamill is also cast as Pumpkinhead in Sandman.
Cool. Keep on keeping on.
You guys have the floor now because we're in trailers.
Oh.
And we're out of Netflix Geek Week. Geek Week is over. They announced some games. We don't give a shit.
I mean, they might be good, but not right now. I honestly didn't even look at them. I don't know. Sorry, Queen's Gambit, the game.
So, like, if you want the game content, go somewhere else. But we're done with Netflix Geek Week. We're now in the other trailers that dropped this week.
Just the regular trailers.
Just the regs.
Just the
Like,
regs.
like the Bad Batch called the clones, the regs.
We
There you go.
pulled up and we're locked in at the trailer park.
Rags
So
to
why don't you
riches.
guys talk about Motherland Fort Salem season 3?
The final season. Man, there's a lot of action in this trailer. They know it's
There's
a
a
final
lot.
season. They know it's a final
Yeah.
season. I'm glad
they
that
do.
like I'm glad they got the notice so they can actually like put a finale on it, because like this feels endgame. Like maybe faster than I'd want, but that's the reality of it. But yeah, crazy witch stuff's happening.
I don't even mind that we could be at endgame for some of the stuff that we've been dealing with up to this point. I can accept that. It's not even so much that like I needed this story, this specific story we've been in, to be dragged out further than this point. That's not necessarily it. It's just I don't want to be done with this world, nor do I necessarily want to be done with all of these characters. But like yes, it does look like, you know, they clearly know it's the final season. They're doing some stuff. It looks great. We got the reveal that someone who we suspected was going to be back in a big way is back in a big way.
They introduced the thing about the show that's so cool is like different cultures use magic differently, and like the way that they vocalize their magic. And we're being introduced to Native American magicians and witches and wizards and stuff, and the way that, and there's like I don't remember his name, but he's like one of the most famous Native American actors. Like he got his head blown off in Suicide Squad. That guy. Adam Beach. Slipknot, yeah, he can do anything or whatever. Oh yeah, that guy. He's doing some really cool like telekinetic shit with his voice in one of the scenes. And I'm like, oh cool, like Native American like witch hunters or something. I'm like, that seems pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm so stoked to explore more of this world. I hope that somehow something more comes from this world after this season. Like
whether
this season, I'm so glad there will be 3 seasons of a very good story. I'm glad we'll have that. I want more. This is such a good world.
I'm gonna try to catch up before.
There's so many great characters here. There's so many great moments. I do like there's a lot of people have been sharing on Twitter. I'm sure you saw this, Ryan, where they're sharing one of the shots from like early in season 1, which is the 3 main characters like huddled around each other, and now they did the same shot but with the other girl added, so now it's the 4 of them.
Yeah,
she's officially part of the group.
It is more than anything. Yeah, I do agree. Like this is just such an interesting world, and like I hope it comes back in any way they want, even if it's just like a text adventure. I'll play that. I'll read it. Whatever.
They have new military uniforms with higher collars. That's
good
cool.
luck. It's good luck.
You guys like Rob Zombie?
Yes, most of the time.
You guys like the Munsters?
I kind of, yeah. Like I don't love them, but I do. I like them.
Well, Brian Fuller is coming back to do. No, I'm kidding. Rob Zombie released his first clip, his first like announcement thing of the Munsters movie that he filmed.
This is wild.
That's my exact words. This is wild. Just because Rob Zombie, his entire career is burning witches, digging ditches, murder, sex, violence, drugs, and he's doing something PG for the first time in his career. And I'm just like, I am just so interested. More than anything, I'm excited. I don't even know what it could look like. I really don't even know. This is new.
I don't have the Rob Zombie relationship that you guys have, but like even I looked at like, okay, like PG-13 I would have got, but like this is a kids movie.
It's just like, it's like someone who makes like nothing but rated R movies making a kids movie. It's just like, it seems weird all of a sudden. But it's like,
but it's different than like Robert Rodriguez doing it, because Robert Rodriguez is not Rob Zombie, right?
I was gonna say like Robert Rodriguez is kind of a great pool, because like Robert Rodriguez can shift those tones pretty well. And Rob Zombie I think is just as capable of it. He's just never done it before.
He just hasn't tried it. This will be his Spy Kids.
It's gonna be so interesting to see who appreciates this movie and where it lands for people. I'm so intrigued.
It's not Sherry Moon as the bride, right?
Yeah,
it is her.
It's Sherry.
He can't.
Come on, it's Rob.
Every movie Rob Zombie makes, he puts his wife in, just like Helena Bonham Carter's in almost every different movie. Like, I love it.
When I first saw this movie was announced, when he like posted like I'm filming the Munsters, I was like, oh, he's gonna do a rated R Munsters film. That makes sense.
Yeah,
this is crazy to learn.
I can't wait to see the real trailer, because this was just like them just like, hey, another announcement thing.
Is this going to be the Brady Bunch movie of the Munsters?
Yeah, potentially.
Wow.
Yeah.
Importantly, this is huge. I didn't know this. I just looked up the cast for the first time.
Yeah, I don't know who anyone is. Their makeup is so good.
Oh my god, what a cast. Okay. Holy
Do
shit.
it.
Okay.
Do it.
Cassandra Peterson, if that name's not familiar to you, that's Elvira, is playing Barbara Carr in this
Whoa.
movie. Jorge Garcia from Lost, the big guy from Lost, is playing Floop.
Hurley.
Sylvester McCoy from Doctor Who is playing Igor. And Richard Brake is back playing Dr. Henry August. This is wild.
Who plays Mr. Munster?
That's Herman Munster is played by Jeff Daniel Phillips. He is he's from a previous all three of Rob Zombie's most.
He's one of the main dudes, right?
Yeah. He was also in Westworld.
Oh shit! It's a shame Sid Haig passed away.
Who's Uncle Vampire?
The grandpa. That's Daniel Roebuck. Daniel Roebuck is playing the grandpa. Daniel Roebuck.
He sounds familiar.
He's famous for Matlock. He was in Matlock. He's not Matlock, but he was in Matlock. There's not.
I wasn't even Matlock.
There's not a lot I can pull from his repertoire that I think would jump out to you guys.
That's awesome though.
But yeah, I had the one that got me is Cassandra Peterson and Jorge Garcia. Knowing that they're in this is wild.
Yeah.
I'm stoked.
God, I'm so excited that
it's so crazy that like they said yes to Rob Zombie directing a PG movie about like it's just that's not something you think of. It's crazy.
This is gonna be so wild. Nash Bridges. Oh yeah, good pull.
Oh okay. No, not for me.
Yeah. So cool.
Man.
Strange World.
Oh my god, you guys remember when I was talking about how like I'm glad Lightyear is coming out because it's like their way of like sneaking in a hardcore sci-fi movie because they're too cowardly to make a real one.
Mm-hmm.
They did it.
This is literally everything I want. Literally the movie I wanted them to make. Cheesy 50s sci-fi.
They're making what feels like very much a Flash Gordon, like classic old school Flash Gordon style.
Jake Gyllenhaal is the lead in this one.
Sounds so good. Love it.
Jake Gyllenhaal is the lead, and to this moment, still the only cast member we know aside from Alan Tudyk.
I think this looks really cool. I really love the design of this. How like strange everything truly is. Like they really like leaned into like how strange can we make you see like the camp walks away.
Yeah.
This looks really good. This is Disney Animation. This isn't Pixar. But yeah, I'm really stoked for this one.
Yeah, I just love the presentation of like a new Disney adventure. Like I love that like broadcast style. Like all of the foliage and all of the animals being weird and you don't know what they're gonna do. It's just so fun. Like Land of the Lost kind of stuff. This is literally like the Disney movie I've always wanted them to make. So like it's better be good.
This is interesting. This is one of the rare Disney animated films centered around a male protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. He could be our first princess, a male princess.
Well, that would be Treasure Planet's dude, right?
Oh, I guess. Or the Predator. Or the Predator.
Or the Predator. We'll get there. Oh, we're not talking about. Oh, yeah, we are. I'm going to mention a little thing. The Bullet Train trailer. There's a new Bullet Train trailer.
Mm-hmm.
The big thing that I didn't know about this is that whether true or not, Brian Tyree Henry and Aaron Taylor Johnson are twins. But they said like our boss's soul is stuffed in that case that has now been stolen. And I'm like, oh, that's a cool angle for this thing.
Yeah, I'm super jazzed for this. Like the trailer just solidified like this is going to be like a fun like character action movie. It's a shame it got delayed, but it's still coming this year. So
August 5th.
Yeah.
Black Adam. He did it. The hierarchy of power in the DC universe has changed.
Finally. Thank God.
We did it. The hierarchy, by the way, is that Black Adam is the only superhero that doesn't kill.
Somebody tell Zack Snyder.
Sorry, is the only superhero that does kill. All the other superheroes don't kill. Apparently.
There you go. I'll be honest, guys. I thought the trailer was fine.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, like I think visually.
I'd even go a step further, and I'd even go a step further and say it was a bad trailer.
I think the special effects look good. I think there's going to be a problem of it looking very samey throughout the entire movie, of just being kind of brown looking.
Mm-hmm.
That's my big fear, of it looking just kind of bland looking. It's not very vibrant. It's like, but I guess I don't need that in a Black Adam movie. But I don't know.
Well, I kind of do want it in a Black Adam movie because you have the JSA.
Well, I guess that's what I mean. Like, I guess I don't even know what I want with a Black Adam movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a little weird because like the JSA are in it. It's a present day film. It's set now.
I think that was a mistake, maybe.
Yeah,
I thought we'd heard at one point, but I guess maybe we just all presumed this was a period piece film.
You'd hope so, yeah. Maybe they want to distance themselves from Wonder Woman, though.
Yeah, but I mean, you could do even the 70s. Like, you could still, even if it's not World War II, or Wonder Woman's World War I, even if it's not World War II that you jump to, there's still other conflicts you could jump into to bring in Black Adam. Like, I don't know, like that's modern day feels maybe ill-conceived.
Yeah, this one's a little strange. But we get a first look at Dr. Fate. I really like how they visualize Dr. Fate. I like the helmet split kind of between order and chaos, the two gods. Mm-hmm. That's very cool. Pierce Brosnan always looked great as Dr. Fate, so I'm stoked for that. But like other than that, there really wasn't anything in this trailer that got me interested.
I'm stoked about the movie still. This trailer isn't anything that got me stoked for it.
I think they
I do like the shot where he just like side punches the jet because he's like get that shit out of here.
He does like He does what Iron Man wouldn't.
And him tossing the dude, that's good.
Yeah.
That whole superheroes don't kill, I do thing would ring so much better if every superhero in this universe didn't kill. Like they all kill, right?
Honestly, if this movie came out 10
Aquaman.
Years, he kills plenty of crustaceans.
Did Aquaman kill anyone
Those aren't
in Justice
people.
League?
That's racist.
And that's pretty good. In the Snyder Cut, because I haven't watched the Snyder Cut yet, does Aquaman kill anybody?
I mean, the parademons, but I don't know if they count that as killing things. Spider-Man kills drones.
Racist.
Too. Yeah, I learned it from him. I mean, it's like it's the same thing of like, do you think Spider-Man's killing people when he does the kill mode in Endgame? Like, those are mindless drones, so like parademons, I don't count that as murdering things.
Right. So Aquaman, Wonder Woman.
That's fair. Wonder Woman has killed people.
She definitely is a murderer.
In that first movie, Wonder Woman has killed people.
She's in a war. She's wartime murdering people.
She just knocks people through walls and they get sleepy.
They get sleepy.
John's been sleeping for 7 months.
That's what Superman did in Batman v Superman, right? He knocked him through a wall and he got
I'm not defending that. I know he killed people there.
Honestly, if this movie would have came out 10 years ago, I'd probably like this trailer more, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
It definitely feels kind of like a 2010 movie, maybe.
I mean, we've been waiting 17 years for this.
Maybe we don't need the hierarchy to change.
I think this is just a bad trailer and a bad first look at the movie.
I think it focuses so much on The Rock, and he is Black Adam. It's focusing too much on just The Rock being The Rock and not so much on like who Black Adam actually is. Like, oh, he's a slave and stuff. Like, we see him just killing people though. So like, I need more of your character than you're just a cool murderer.
It's not clear what the movie's about still.
Yeah, 100%. There's definitely like a villain that we don't even know about.
It looks like, because we see like the three people on the jets. I was like, is this Intergang? Is like Intergang the villain that we're doing?
Yeah, like the villains look like completely from a different. They look like space villains.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, who knows what it is? Yeah.
I wonder if the villains. I'm so upset. The villains are just like, it's a gangster. It's a gangster movie, guys, with Black Adam. Honestly,
the worst thing it's going to be, it's just like their new evil rulers of conduct, and he's just like, I have to take it my way.
But like I would be okay with that if the JSA wasn't also in the movie.
Yeah, because they're
because that's like kind of okay. That's like what Black Adam does all the time.
Yeah.
But like
that's a good point. Yeah.
But the JSA is in it. Like I want more.
They're gonna fight. They're gonna team up to fight the greater villain.
We'll see.
That's fine. What is it? What is the greater villain?
It's a giant motorcycle.
It's a giant motorcycle.
I reserve strong judgment on the film until another trailer comes out. I just think this is a bad trailer.
You know what? Who should be the main villain of this?
Who?
Genie Jafar from Aladdin 2.
Genie Jafar. Just transport universes.
Mom, but sure.
Oh, rude.
That's racist.
That's right. There's a community bit where that ends with "That's racist." Nope.
I think this trailer is great. This is another trailer where like I kind of wish I didn't see it because it doesn't just give away like what the movie's about, which is fine. It gives a death away of a character that I didn't even know was in the movie, which is interesting.
Keith David's character.
Yeah, like I didn't even know he was in the movie, and then I know he dies in the movie. Sure. So like the first part of the movie, I know where that ends up, which I guess makes it mean he's not as important, maybe.
Well,
I mean that probably means it's like
the inciting incident. Yeah.
I really like this one. It was interesting because like watching the first one and this one are almost like watching two different movies.
Yeah.
Because this one is meant to tell the audience, to lead the audience to believe that it's a lot more lighthearted than Us or Get Out.
Yeah. Which I'm sure it will be in those instances before it gets nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we still don't actually really know what this movie's going to do.
Yeah.
I think that, I think Jordan Peele's comfort with the film showing us as much as it did is an indication of not that there's a twist necessarily, but that there's still something else to this film that we're not grasping yet.
Oh yeah.
I really like that. I said this in the first trailer, but I really like that he's bringing back the imagery of the classic Roswell, New Mexico aliens.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
The flying silver saucer.
There's a line in the trailer, and I was really glad that the shot wasn't in this trailer because I'm sure we'll see it in the film. Where he's saying that cloud hasn't moved for like 2 hours, and I just can't wait to see like the shot of a cloud,
just a single
like
cloud.
what that cloud will look like, just sitting apart from all other clouds. I think that's gonna look like really unnerving in its own way.
There's one shot of I forget his name, the guy from Glenn from The Walking Dead.
Stephen Yeun,
thank you. There's a shot where he's like preaching to people about something, and then there's like a woman who she's either like entirely burned or she's an alien, but she's like sunken eyes looking into the sky, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. It's insane.
Right. We saw her in the first trailer too for a brief moment, and still being like, I don't know what's up with her, and we don't know what's up with that. We don't know what he's doing. There's something under that thing, and we don't know what it is. So like, I'm still like, I have a clear idea of like what our main characters are trying to do in this movie, but I think that's half the story.
Yeah.
Sure. Nope.
All right. Prey.
That's a bad Predator.
That's a horrible. Yeah, you do the.
I don't have enough spit.
Poorly. The Yautjas have come back to Earth to fight off the girl from Legion.
So
hell yeah, good for her. Back in the 1700s or whatever.
This is a good trailer. This is a great trailer. I'm really glad that it shows the Predator as little as it does.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like if you're not in the know, you could be like, what is going on in this movie?
Well, up until the bear gets killed, you can definitely just be like, oh, this is a man versus nature film, and then
could you imagine if this isn't tied to the Cloverfield universe, but they did a Cloverfield where they don't tell us this is the Predator movie, so the end of the trailer is the bear getting lifted up, and that's when the trailer cuts off. Could you imagine just like, what's the mystery of Prey?
Well, remember that Dan Trachtenberg, this was a secret. He had been working on this for a while, and then someone found out, and he was like, "Yeah, you got me. I've been working on this for a bit."
It got leaked.
So I wonder if that never would have happened, would this trailer have been cut differently?
Yeah, I wonder. That'd be so sick.
I'm really happy still with them holding back on how much we actually see the Predator in this, and that they don't feel like they have to market that to sell us on this movie, because I'm sold on the movie.
The little that we do see, it looks like a more rudimentary Predator design, something a little bit less less high tech than we're used to.
Yeah, I think because like when he does the laser beam, what comes out, it looks like are like darts or needles or something. They're not bullets or lasers.
Yeah.
So it is definitely like olden times Predator stuff.
I think even more than that, like the implication we've had from Predator stuff is that I think that they'll hold back their technology to be fair for the prey they hunt. So like if they're going to a planet where their technology is not up to snuff, right? They'll pull it back so like they have advantages, but they're not exceedingly over advantaged, right?
Yeah, they don't
so
want
that
they want,
because
they want
otherwise what's the point? Right.
Yeah, I wonder if that, I bet that could be read that way, because I doubt we'll have an exposition scene, because we didn't in the first one either. Like we're not meant to. But I do think like a little bit of it is because I think Trachtenberg said this is the first time that the Predators came to Earth. This is like the origin story of that. That we're seeing not just a Predator who's maybe scaled back his technology, but also a Predator species that aren't as high tech, aren't as advanced as we come to know them to be.
Yeah, like again, like 500, 400.
I'm not going to get married to the concept that this will have to stay rooted as the origin of the Predators getting to Earth, just because like I don't want to rule out Predators versus dinosaurs someday. So we'll just leave that as is.
I think we can still get Predators versus Samurai.
Oh yeah. That's
and Vikings.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's like every sequel is just a different like era. Yeah, like Vikings, Samurai.
I was saying like based off some of the stuff that we have in like the comic lore in Alien versus Predator, we know like they pull back their technology for the people who are the initiates that are going through the training.
They got to earn it.
I really like this trailer. I really like everything that we're seeing in this trailer. I like that we're kind of going back to, it's not about beating the Predator at a battle of technology. It's about outsmarting it. Going back to what Dutch did in the first Predator film.
Being the better, hunter. Yeah.
Being the better hunter, exactly. And we see like this girl, forgive me, I don't remember her name, but she's from Legion. I love her in Legion. And she looks like she's doing a great job. And you see like the axe, like she creates a boomerang axe almost that she can like pull back with a string.
That was awesome.
That's really cool. Go ahead, sorry.
Her name is Amber Midthunder.
Ooh, I like that. Mm-hmm. Amber Midthunder. And we also see one cool bit of the Predator, because most of the time it's camouflaged, but there's one bit where like someone hits it with an axe and then he flips the axe up and crashes it and kills the guy. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm again I do lament that it's on Hulu only, but I'm glad that it exists.
Sure.
Nonetheless.
That we're getting it.
We have a diverse cast, which is great. Brandon, why don't you go ahead and read the next news bit and then I'll comment on that.
Yeah, so the kind of a big announcement was that this is also going to be available in the original Comanche language, which is the tribe that the movie is based around. And the actors who are in the movie are dubbing the lines themselves in the language.
This is awesome, because I definitely watched this, and when they were speaking English, I was like, man, I wish they'd gone full tilt and this was just like all subtitled. And then they announced this, and I'm like, well, shit.
Bad Gentleman, but Mel Gibson directed Apocalypto, and that entire thing is in Mayan, and that's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah, that's a good point for that. They talked about that. Because I'm still slightly disappointed that it's a dubbed over track instead of like re-recorded in Comanche, or that's not just what they did to begin with. But I guess I shouldn't be like too demanding or too picky, because as one of the producers, Jane Myers, who's Navajo, who is Comanche, said that this kind of thing with the dub track has never been done for my tribe ever. There's only a couple of movies. Star Wars, which was 30 years old, was transcribed into Navajo, and then Finding Nemo was transcribed into Navajo. Wow. And then this is the first time a brand new film is coming out with the option to hear the whole language, the whole native language as part of it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So like kudos to them. Like, I'm asking for the moon, but I'm glad that they did what they did.
Yeah, absolutely.
They gave you the stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really stoked for this. 10 Cloverfield Lane is incredible. I love Dan Trachtenberg. Yeah, let's do this. I've been stoked ever since I heard about this.
Even though it's going to be a redub track, I'm definitely watching that in Comanche.
August, guys, it's coming close.
Dang,
it's going to be great.
Hot dog.
All right, that's all the news.
All right,
let's talk about a movie now.
Do we?
No, Sparks.
I am so sorry.
No, it doesn't matter. We're here now.
What were you gonna say?
No, it doesn't matter. We're here now. Let's get into it.
Did we want to do what? That was gonna bug me.
I was just going to ask if we wanted to do the book club first, but we do not. So
No,
here we are.
we talked about
Let's
this.
go.
Because Ryan is not going to dip.
Yeah, we talked about this. I'm not leaving early.
All right. Full spoilers for Jurassic World Dominion, a movie that 2 out of 3 of us have seen. This will be fun. So yeah, you guys have been warned.
I'm here to ask questions about the movie. I did not want to give this movie money, so I did.
6. This is the 6th Jurassic film. Full spoilers. You've been warned. What do we think about this one, Sparks?
I had a pretty good time, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like doing anything too incredible or new with the franchise, but I did have a good time.
To the surprise of me, I am less hot on it than you are.
Yeah.
I talked about it, how much I didn't like being so excited from the trailers, but I was excited. Those trailers were, I like those trailers. I was excited to see the original cast. I was excited to go into this movie. I was like, you know what? Maybe he pulled it off. But I don't know. I really didn't like it. I'm trying to connect with something, trying to find something to connect with, but like, this didn't do it. This didn't do it for me on a lot of levels. I won't say all the levels, because there are things I like, of course, but mostly it just kind of fell flat.
My first question for the panel is: how does it treat its how does it treat its original characters? Owen Grady, and I don't know her name.
If it please the court, Claire Dearing. Thank you.
Dearing?
Claire Dearing, yeah.
I
think the characters are all integrated very well. The original cast of Sam Neill, Laura Dern, and Jeff Goldblum. I think you agree with this, Sparks. The way they are brought into the film is organic and they fit.
But he's asking a different question. How are Owen and Claire specifically?
Oh, actually, yeah. I mean, I like them too for the most part. Their relationship to Macy makes the characters work a little bit better than
that's
they did.
That's the thing I was going to say is that Claire, I think, is at her best here. Being in the role of mom to Macy gives Howard much more to do than I think she's had in the previous 2 outings, especially in the previous outing. I think she has the most to play in range here. And honestly, it's nice to start a film where her and Owen are just already a thing, and that's not a part of the plot, and they're just trying to be supportive parents to Macy is a more interesting dynamic for those 2 than the previous ones have put their relationship through.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Macy is a good holdover character from the second one. I also think you'll hear us talk about it in our Jurassic thing, but like, I think the side characters from Fallen Kingdom are pretty good, and they do return in this film. But I wish they were a bigger role because they're only in as Zira is only in it for 1 scene, and Justice Smith gets 2.
Yes. But a good scene, a good opening scene that made sense that they were still, because Claire is still basically like she's now doing like underground maneuvers to try and save dinosaurs from black market breeding rings. Yeah. And they point out to her that like, Claire, this is just not the way to fight this fight anymore.
Yeah. She like,
because it's just too out of control.
The opening scene is her breaking into like a Triceratops breeding black market area. After
the YouTube docu-series opening that kind of catches us up on how the world is.
That was my
which I wanted to talk about just really quickly.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That was going to be my biggest question about the movie. I never bought that the world now just has dinosaurs everywhere, because that means we would need a lot of dinosaurs for it to really feel like it has any real impact on the world. Do they address that at all? Does it feel like there are dinosaurs everywhere and it makes sense? Because I never bought that at the end of the last movie.
Go ahead, Sparks.
So the biggest thing that they sell you on is 2 things. One, at least some of the dinosaurs are reproducing asexually. Okay. That's one factor. Which means that they don't need a mate to do it. Mm-hmm. Another factor is that people have been grabbing the dinosaurs and forcing them into breeding to sell them or to market them to different places. And because of the extradition of like I'm extrapolating a little bit from that YouTube series, but like essentially what they're saying is that because of the enforcement, like the main force of what's trying to rally the dinosaurs to kind of monitor them and keep them safe is based in the United States. Those black market rings move the dinosaurs globally. They move them out of the country to run those breeding rings and sell them on the black market, which does cause the dinosaurs to be spread out in more places.
Okay.
There is something that I've really disliked about the film, which is that like you said, Ryan, the thing of these animals are now across the world. How is this happening? Because we know all the dinosaurs that made it out. And I'm not even talking about like the dinosaurs, like the amount of them, but we know all the dinosaurs that made it out off that island and into that place. We've never ever seen a Chalceraptor before. And that's the one that really stuck out to me because I'm like, who's making all these?
Well, so the Atrociraptors, I just assume because we know Biosyn is making more.
Yeah.
So Biosyn is real quick. Biosyn is the competitive company. It's from the book that Dodson was working for in the original Jurassic Park. He now runs the company, I guess. That's stupid. Brandon and I talked about that. That's stupid. That it didn't need to be Dodson. That makes no goddamn sense.
Oh, like,
but you recognize the name.
If you're gonna bring that up, then I have many notes about Dodson. If you're gonna
I don't want to go down that road yet. Okay. I just want to touch on that. What we see is that Biosyn is stepping up to be like the main force of we're going to be the sanctuary for the dinosaurs now, because essentially InGen is kaput, at least as far as it seems in this conversation. But they're also trying to engineer dinosaurs themselves, and in a more naturalistic way. They want to perfect creating the genetic genome of the dinosaurs. So they're like they're trying to do the good thing and the bad thing at the same time. And so more dinosaurs are getting out into the world because Biosyn is making them. So I do think that they made those Atrociraptors.
Right.
Or at least they're selling off their genetic components for other companies to do so, because other people are also competing in that field.
I will agree with you. I will agree with you that should be in the movie, but it's not. And that's the thing that bugs me about it so much, is the fact that like instead of the plot of the movie being that Biosyn is causing chaos by making new dinosaurs and making this thing way worse than it is, that's implied that they are making dinosaurs, but we never get that confirmation that like they are doing that. Instead, the plot they go with is the locusts. Because like I think the locust took away from the fact that we could have just had new interesting dinosaurs around this movie. As it stands, there are 4 new dinosaurs in this movie. There's nothing else.
From everything that I've seen, someone else has seen the movie. This locust thing, it's just so funny to me. Like your end game Jurassic Park movie, your Rise of Skywalker, your finale to the franchise, you're not even focusing all the way on the dinosaurs. That's interesting.
I can understand how you could probably think this was a good idea in the scripting stage, because these are Cretaceous locusts.
Sure.
They are genetically engineered Cretaceous locusts and so by that definition, I guess you could just make the case that yes, they're dinosaurs.
Sure.
I don't think you should be. And that was the kind of thing that's the thing that gets me out of the movie so fast. The thing that's preventing me, like the wall that's preventing me to find something to connect with in this film, like I did with Fallen Kingdom. Like here, I'm like, just fundamentally, I think the locusts were just not a good idea, not the route you should have gone, not take away from, because what we've done is we've taken time away from creating new dinosaurs and showcasing a new species that we can really bring to life, and just doing what essentially are large particle effects. And that's the end villain of your movie. That's the end villain of your Jurassic film franchise, is basically large particle effects.
It's not the Gigantosaurus?
No, Giganotosaurus is only in 3 scenes.
Really? That's like the entire marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I don't feel like it's fair to say that the locusts are the main villain of the final
Are
film.
they
That's
featured
not
more
accurate.
than the big dinosaur in the trailers?
It's it's about even. I guess if you count like the individual, like when they take a dead one, or sorry, like the captured one to like say this is going to be a problem and it's like in a cage for a scene, then I guess technically it's in more scenes. But like
I think you're
the swarm itself that he's referring to, the particle effect swarm, that's about even to Giganotosaurus.
I will agree with that, because I you know, most of what we see about the locust once we get to Biosyn Valley, which is where most of the movie takes place, is that we're hearing about the locusts secondhand,
right?
And we stop seeing them in the wild.
Yeah. I think, look, I agree, because it's the main thing I said. You know, like I think in general, every Jurassic World film, all three of them, have squandered the potential of what their story is supposed to be about. This is about a functional park. Oh, we kind of screwed that up. It wasn't quite the story that it maybe should have been. This is about saving the dinosaurs from a volcano and extinction. Oh, we kind of screwed that up. That wasn't quite what the plot was ended up actually being explored. This is about there are dinosaurs everywhere now. Oh, we kind of screwed that up. So yes, it should have been about like realistically, like the film I would have wanted is one where they're actually having the debates about what to do about these dinosaurs, what to do about how they're affecting the ecology, and frankly, like doing something that would have been interesting analysis, which is where you are bringing in that original cast, but as like people who are experts on the matter and especially have experience with these animals before, and so they are coming in, and what they're having the debate about is that, like, look, the dinosaurs are really bad for the environment and our ecology and our food system right here. However, they're really great here and here and here, and bad here and here. So how do we get this balance of the dinosaurs in good places and not in bad places? And that's the movie I would have wanted, is like the kind of figuring that out and the corralling and the action scenes that would come of trying to connect and bring the dinosaurs to places that they need to be, and that kind of thing. That would have been a cool film. That's not the movie we get. The locust plot.
I would kind of push back and be like, you know, I think this one squanders it worse, because it, like, at the end of the day, the first two Jurassic World films are about dinosaurs, and they have plenty of dinosaurs, and they're about dinosaurs, and there's dinosaur fights and what have you. Here, you kind of just, I think you just kind of, how did you not make your dinosaur movie about dinosaurs? And I saw this tweet where I really felt this, where it's like, I'm watching the movie and I'm like, you do expect to have dinosaurs in this dinosaur movie?
I
You know what I
feel
mean?
like I get you. I feel like there's a locust blindness going on there. There are still a lot of dinosaurs, including new dinosaurs in this movie.
So I'm trying to remember. I count 4 new dinosaurs: the Atrociraptors, the Dreadnoughtus, the Giga, and the Pyroraptor.
Are you when you're saying Dreadnoughtus, are you talking about the Therizinosaurus with the long claws?
Oh, the Therizinosaurus. Thank you. No, I'm talking about Dreadnoughtus. It's briefly we see it when they're
Yes.
flying in. So 5. So I forgot about the Therizinosaurus.
Technically, there's the large pterosaur that comes down on the plane.
Right.
We get the different type of Triceratops species at the opening. They're not Triceratops; they're a different breed. Their horns are.
Didn't we get them in the last movie?
I'm not certain, to be honest with you. But they're not the standard Triceratops breed. You get the one that is the one that Ramsey says, yeah, we're trying to make the dinosaurs more like they are, which is the small one that Grant and Sattler are looking at, that then is free in the wild later.
I believe I believe that's a baby Therizinosaurus. It looks like one from the because this species is in prehistoric planet, and I thought maybe.
Yeah, hard to say for sure, I guess. But yeah, so like the variety is there, and we are still seeing these animals
right.
fairly often. I'm sure there's like a couple of smaller appearances in the like group shots when they're moving through the Biosyn Valley, but I couldn't pull any out of my hat right now. What I was going to say is that I think the locust plot is not the way to have gone.
Mm-hmm.
However, I do think the locust plot ends up being a very logical, surprisingly natural way to connect our original cast with our new cast.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't know the specifics, Ryan, or just in general, like to retread it, the way that this all starts is because the locusts are eating crops that are not biosyn seeds, which is a really stupid plot. I don't understand why they would think they could get away with that. They would have locusts eating the crops that aren't ours. That you'd have to just do it so fast that everyone would hate you, but it wouldn't matter because you own all the crops now. But that's essentially the plan. But people are calling about it. They're calling the group. I forget what the DFW stands for, but that's essentially the group that's like handling calls about dinosaurs. And these families are calling that group and asking them to come take care of it. But basically nobody comes out unless it's a dinosaur. So they don't consider the locust serious. But Ellie Sattler, the paleobotanist, does take that seriously. And so she comes and she checks out and she figures out that there's Cretaceous DNA inside of these locusts. And she takes that to Grant and says, we need to get proof from a sample at Biosyn that this is happening. And Malcolm is the one who's actually turned her onto it, because Malcolm is working as an in-house philosopher at Biosyn to undercut what they're doing because he doesn't trust it. And he actually gets told by Ramsey like how bad it is. So he brings Sattler and Grant to help them expose the corruption of what they're doing. That puts them at Biosyn, and then Owen and Claire end up there because Biosyn also abducts Blue's baby and Macy and brings them to the facility. So that's how our original cast and our new cast kind of come together. But it's I have to tell you, Ryan, it's the most well integrated like meeting of the minds on those things that I've seen in a Legacy sequel. Like this is one where I went into it expecting like kind of, you know, like we're gonna get the like slight appearances and then a good like 10-15 minute chunk of the old cast appearances, but mostly it's, you know, like a lot of grandstanding on the cameos, but they are feature characters in the story and their involvement makes sense. It's truly like my favorite thing about Dominion is that the plot for the characters and why they move into these positions together makes a lot of sense. It's truly impressive in that regard. It is impressive.
I have heard that, like, thankfully, that like the original cast, the older cast, they are good, which is
mostly good,
which is good to hear, because like that would have been like a really big one for me if that's the reason I would watch this movie. Really, is those guys.
The legacy cast really saves this movie for me, because I think that like Sparks. I agree their inclusion is really good. It feels really natural. Whether or not I agree with the locust part of it doesn't matter. But the thing of like, I think the original cast inclusion is good, and I think all three of them play these parts again well, except when they don't, which is specifically referred to Jeff Goldblum, who slips out of Ian Malcolm not frequently in the movie, but enough to notice, and just becomes Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah,
which I told Brandon, like, I chalk up a lot to, I think, a weakness in direction, just not keeping them on point of being who they're supposed to be. Like, Trevorrow's not high on my list of top directors. I also told Brandon, I was like, you know, I kind of wish that Trevorrow could have still been behind the scenes. It could have been the same script, but like the previous one, I wish that there had been a different director, at least because while I'm not crazy about Fallen Kingdom in every way, I will acknowledge that I think visually there's a lot going on that from a filmmaking standpoint is very impressive and stands up
much better.
Right, and stands apart because Jay Bayona was on it, and I kind of wish that I think you could have had all the exact same pieces outside of the director here, and had a different director on here, and made some things stand up a little bit better and a little more iconic in a way than what Trevorrow puts out here as a director.
The thing that made me, after I read this in a review, I was like, maybe I will see this movie. Is there a woman who uses a laser pointer to assassinate people?
Yes.
See, that sounds awesome.
I hated that so much.
Assassination raptors?
I honestly don't understand why I hated the Atrociraptor, because she can control the Atrociraptors with the laser pointer that Sparks has kindly informed me goes from red to green, and which I did not notice.
So basically it's red. It's red when it's picking its target. It's green when it goes to attack.
Which I could not tell.
It's an airstrike. It's a dinosaur airstrike. That's awesome.
But I really didn't care for maybe how that looked visually, how its inclusion. I don't know. There's something about that does not click. There's the bit, especially at the end when she's like, you know, Barry comes back, the Frenchman who comes back. He's got the gun on her, and she's like, "Don't move." And then she like takes the time to set the raptors on Owen.
Yeah.
While she's arrested, I'm like, what? No,
I know. I don't like that part either. I acknowledge that. I think that part it specifically is a problem. I do think overall the Atrociraptors are fine. It makes sense that someone would pick up what they were trying to do with the Indoraptor and still modify it. So these Atrociraptors are genetically designed from creation to obey the laser pointer targeting system. I also think the Atrociraptors designs are overall pretty nice. I like them. The Atrociraptors are a different type of species from the Velociraptor, and I think it's cool.
Are they
the way that they do it
from the trailer?
That's
no,
the Pyroraptor.
that is the Pyroraptor. I also think the Pyroraptor is cool.
Me too.
Cool.
I frankly think its action scene is just a little shorter than I wish it was, but I also don't know exactly what more you could have done with it than what they did, which is pretty cool because at one point it dives under the ice and swims around to try and spring up on them. And
I saw that in the trailer.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good choice. I gotta say. So yes, so there's Santos. She's kind of a representation of like how far out of control, and I think the movie just didn't do enough exposition to support this as much, but the visualization, like at one point you are in this place that is essentially like one of the hearts of the underground black market ring for selling dinosaurs. I mean, there are people there who have like they have their like sick looking pterodactyl species. It's type of pterosaur that's really small and kind of like has the big beak but like the small head and looks really messed up, just perched on his arm the way you would have a hawk. Cool. And so like all these kinds of things, like the way that they're using them, they show that like some of them they're breeding just to make their meat, because their meat is like a it's rare, so it's this like import export thing that they can do. That idea feels really rich in a way that the movie doesn't fully explore, but at least the scene that showcases that black market does feel like it's trying to give you a lot of visual cues of like, this is how far spread this is.
You mentioned the black market, which is also where we meet where we free the Carnotaurus and the Allosaurus, the two of them, and that was
two big boys.
I wish we had seen their joyride through that town, because we see them in the black market, and then the next time we see them, they're in the square eating people.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I want to see that story.
There's a short film about their adventure coming out with the DVD.
Yeah. We get the Baryonyx is back as well. The Baryonyx gets broken out in that scene, which is pretty cool. There's also, I don't know what type of dinosaur it is, but whatever that freaky dinosaur is that eats the dude's hand in that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what that is, but that's a new dinosaur.
Or the Komodo dragon dinosaur little thing.
Yeah.
I have a question for y'all. What was the biggest surprise of the movie, good or bad? But when I say that, like, oh shit, like what immediately comes to your brain that we haven't talked about? Whether it's a dinosaur, a character, something bad that happens, like what's like a surprising thing about this movie?
I have a bad surprise.
Okay, I'll take it. I want it all.
That leads into a point that I want to make, which is I was surprised that the prologue wasn't in the movie.
It's not?
Too. It's not.
So the prologue.
I real quick, I do want to highlight, I was going to mention this earlier, but so the big prologue that they marketed they said was the opening of the film, not in this movie whatsoever. Brandon and I are two different minds about this. I'm personally grateful for it because I never thought it made sense to begin with. But I would point out, like, this also stood out to me, Brandon. This is the only Jurassic film to not show the title ever.
Oh, you're right.
They only show the
logo,
amber logo in the beginning, but they never show the title whatsoever. I was surprised.
That's brand recognition, baby.
All right, so the prologue introduces the Giganotosaurus and the T-Rex, and it's meant to be Rexy, the T-Rex from the first film and the Jurassic World films. And the idea is that it's supposed to set up a ancient rivalry between the Giganotosaurus and Rexy.
Is T-Rex like Batman and then the Giga is Joker?
So this is what I hate, is what Brandon's mentioning, which is that the T-Rex we watch get killed in the prologue by the Giganotosaurus is supposed to be Rexy's direct ancestor.
Because
I hate that too.
The clone of Rexy is a clone of that dinosaur. Is essentially what.
Of course it is.
Out of here.
So the thing,
because well, real quickly, Ryan.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be, because the prologue shows people chasing down Rexy, and it's supposed to be the idea. We just saw Rexy die, and now she's alive in the modern day. And the reason why I hate that that's not in the movie is because I hate how underwhelming the fight between the Giganotosaurus and Rexy is in the film. At the end of the film, it's a poorly made fight.
Oh.
and it has no weight to it at all because the Giga hasn't even been in the movie really that long to be like an antagonist, and even Rexy hasn't been in the movie that long to be really anything.
Rexy.
I believe that Rexy should have had the role that the Giganotosaurus had in this movie. That specifically in the attack in the like the treehouse, I think that should have been Rexy.
Is there any stupid like I recognize you, old girl, from any of the older?
Yes, but it's not from Rexy. Like Rexy doesn't do it, or the Giga doesn't do it because they're animals.
Is it Alan?
They get so they have the Giga behind them, and the Rexy is coming, and Rexy moves in front of a giant circle to make the logo. Briefly,
I think I see that in a trailer. Yeah.
The IMAX poster.
Yeah.
And then she walks back, and then Rexy roars at the Giganotosaurus, and then Alan says, "She's got everyone behind us. This isn't about us," and they all scatter. I hate that so much.
So let me tell you, one reason that I personally just haven't connected with this trilogy at all is, and this is a personal thing for me. I don't need hero dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
I want my dinosaurs to be on the side of nature and like the aggressors. Like I don't need a merchandisable pet dinosaur, right? So like when you make heroes out of Rexy and Blue, that like for me, that's just like marketing nonsense. That just makes me like, it's just a dinosaur, dude. Like I get you wanted to make it legendary, but like it makes it worse when it's supposed to be the same dinosaur from millions of years ago and 6 movies. Like,
I think it works in Jurassic World, and that's the only place where I think it was necessary ever.
Sure.
Sure. I think the way that it's structured, because you are talking about nature versus a true monster in the Indominus, right? So I understand making hero dinosaurs in that context. I think that makes sense and it works. It belongs where it belongs. That's why I'm a little different from Brandon and not underwhelmed necessarily about the Giganotosaurus and T-Rex fight, because I didn't come there giving a shit about that fight. I don't care about dinosaur fights in my Jurassic films. It's not something we usually have. It's not a that big of a focal point of the Jurassic films, except for Jurassic World and yes, and then I guess you can make the argument of Jurassic Park, but again, I don't think that's necessarily about a fight as much as that is the T-Rex kills the raptors before they can kill the people.
That's barely a fight at all, yeah.
So because, this isn't Godzilla, like I don't come there expecting like a big showdown between the T-Rex and something else.
So that's the thing of like, I agree with you. And my issue isn't necessarily that the fight is underwhelming. It's kind of this that I don't think the fight makes any sense. The fight shouldn't be in the movie at all. There's nothing like if
it doesn't add to the movie.
Giving the prologue at least gives it context that maybe we even give a shit about, but otherwise to me it's like the opening of the Amazing Spider-Man 2 with Richard Parker. Why have it in the movie? It doesn't add anything to the movie unless you have the other thing.
I hear you, and I think that like to me that the Giganotosaurus and the Therizinosaurus and the T-Rex fight is just a capitalization on putting alpha animals in a single, like these apex predators in a single area. Of course, they're going to have to duke it out for who's on top, which they already showed like earlier in the film. The Giganotosaurus shoves the T-Rex away.
Mm-hmm.
So the T-Rex comes back saying like, I do want this territory. That part all works for me. But what I will agree with you is that I don't think the Giganotosaurus part needed to be changed for the treehouse. I think it's perfectly fine there. I think it's good that like what happens is that they hear the thing coming and their immediate reaction is don't move because they assume it's going to be the Rex. Mm-hmm. And they're wrong. And then they have to work their way out of that situation. I think is fine. What I would have liked better is if we didn't see the Giganotosaurus again after that. And when they're trying to get out of the valley to the chopper, if that's when they had the T-Rex in between them and they had to maneuver their way to get out of there safely. I think like a final encounter with the T-Rex where they're having to like utilize how can we get to the chopper and not be caught by the T-Rex would have been a good, like, if well thought out enough final sequence that would have been plenty as is, and a good like hallmark of like, when you get down to it for the last film, it always just comes back down to getting away from that damn T-Rex. And I think that would have been better. I agree with you there.
That's what I assumed it was going to be. It's not Rexy isn't like the end, like the final thing.
They're trying to get away from Rexy and Giganotosaurus fighting each other.
Okay.
So they're maneuvering around their fight, but like I'm talking just like it's just the Rex. Like the way that arena is built is like they're in a wide like circle area. If you had just had the chopper on one side, them on the other, and the Rex in between, and just had to find their way through that action sequence, I think that could have been really interesting.
Does again, because like I'm not a big fan of like hero stuff, but in the context of this movie, does the movie end in like a heroic way for Rexy, or is it just like is she forgotten?
Rexy kills the Giganotosaurus.
Okay, is it like heroic and like a cool shot and like there's closure, like you know what I mean for a dinosaur, you know what I mean? Like
I mean, I don't think it's not that well shot.
Okay,
it's that she kind of pushes him into the Therizinosaurus's claws.
Like it's the end of the franchise, so like this like the T-Rex being like the thing, I would just feel like you treat it with like some like majesty or something. You know what I mean? Something I don't like. I don't know.
I hear you, and I think like that is the failing of doing the fight thing, is that you were never going to have a more victorious moment than the defeat of the Indominus for Rexy, right? That's too well done. You were never going to top it anyway, and it wasn't. It shouldn't have been the point. So I think there is some better way to have structured like the iconography of the T-Rex at the end than what they chose to do.
Yeah. So Biosyn has this preserve where they are keeping they want to keep all the animals, all the dinosaurs in the preserve. That's their like end goal.
But they don't have all of them, which is important.
They don't have all of them. I just kind of. Can we talk about Dodson? Yeah. So
Dodson's in the movie.
So Lewis Dodson is now the CEO.
Played by Richard Parker from The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Because the guy from the first movie is a sex pest.
Yeah.
Cameron Thor, that's his name. Yeah. So Lewis Dodson now CEO of Biosyn.
Wait, wasn't Dodson just like a guy, just like a dude?
He was Nedry's handler.
Yeah, like maybe he became a CEO.
Now he's Steve Jobs.
That's an upgrade.
The thing about like Dodson, I feel the same way about Dodson as I did the Giganotosaurus. It didn't need to be Dodson, and the reason specifically is none of those characters know who that guy is. None of them have met Dodson. The only person on Jurassic Park who has met Dodson is dead.
Sam Jackson, right?
No, Dennis Nedry.
Oh, Nedry. Sorry, yeah, Nedry.
So like,
he hold real quick. He brought up Sam Jackson, so I just want to mention there's this moment. So there's this guy who's the number 2 to Dodson. His name's Ramsey. He's actually he's a young up and comer in the company. He's actually very smart, and he genuinely wants the best for the animals. So he's the person who tips Malcolm and thus the rest of the gang off to what's going on with the locust, what Biosyn is doing wrong. He has this scene where he reveals to Dodson that it was him. And the way he does it is by standing at Dodson in silence, and Dodson figures it out. And they hold the shot long enough that I'm like, is he going to reveal he's like Mr. Arnold's son, and he knows that Dodson was responsible for Jurassic Park falling apart that day and led to his dad's death? Like, is that where we're going with this? And thank God we didn't. But I was really afraid for a second.
The other thing of like, he's got the Barbasol can in his office. And like, it's not even that like it's incriminating evidence. That's not what I'm saying. It's that like, one, how'd he get it? And then 2, why would he keep that?
A souvenir.
To remember my friend Nedry. Like, why would we do? And like, it's specifically something he cherishes, because when Biosyn Valley is burning down because of the flaming locust that fell from the sky.
What? The flaming locusts that fall from the sky? Hell yeah.
Okay, so he burns all the locusts because he's like, okay, they're going to catch on because Sattler and Grant got in there and had evidence, and if we don't catch them, then we need to make sure we burn all the evidence on this end. So he has them burn all the locusts. But apparently it's in a room where they can actually escape through a duct that lets them out into the valley. So they just escape on fire and light the forest on fire.
Oh, that's pretty metal. All right.
And that's kind of, yeah. And so like Dodson, when that's going on fire, and Dodson's like, okay, I'm going to leave because this is incriminating. I'm going to get found out. I'm going to get arrested. And all the animals are being evacuated into the center of Biosyn. And Dodson, specifically, one of his most prized possessions, takes the Barbasol can. Like, he takes it off his thing. He's like, I'm taking this with me. Why?
This is entering like Black Widow's vest as like important pop culture stuff. Like, guys, come on, like we don't have to make the Barbasol cannon legendary.
But the thing of like the Barbasol cannon is also the plot into the Jurassic Park video game. Like I fine, but like what? It doesn't make sense that it's Dodson. Dodson, the only reason why I kind of enjoy Dodson in this movie is because he dies the same way that Nedry does, and I think that's cool.
Yes,
there's a
Dilophosaurus.
There's multiple Dilophosauruses. I actually like their appearance. I think it's cool.
Yeah, me too.
When animatronics and practicals are used, and they're used reasonably frequently, the Giganotosaurus has it happen. The Dilophosaurus, the Raptors at times, specifically
Beta.
The baby Beta. Yes.
Yeah. Question for the panel: how is the special effects overall, like the CGI and stuff? Good,
pretty good.
I think it's good.
Pretty good. Cool.
Yeah,
good.
I especially like in the world films. I've always liked the practical effects, the animatronics. But this one has supposedly the most out of all of them, and I was surprised at how much Beta, who's Blue's baby, was practical.
Cool.
Two things I want to highlight right now. I forgot another new dinosaur, and I can't believe I forgot it because it's one I've wanted in the Jurassic films forever because it was one of my weird favorites as a kid. It's Dimetrodon. Dimetrodon, which has the sail.
Yeah.
And is in the caves.
It walks like this.
Yeah, so they go into a cave area. Ryan, Dimetrodon is like a little, like, picture kind of a Komodo dragon type.
I know
alligator, like, with the big sail, and they're like kind of they're amphibian-esque in the sense that they go in the water and everything. Well, there's a cave area that Grant, Sattler, and Macy are going through, and it's full of them.
A big lizard boy.
Yes. So they finally put those dinosaurs in these films, and I really liked them. The other thing I want to highlight is, frankly, it's one of my favorite sequences in the film. Claire's encounter with the Therizinosaurus is really good. Therizinosaurus. It's blind. It's an herbivore, but it's territorial.
And it's huge.
And so it will kill her, not to eat her, but because it's territorial. And they make that pretty clear because, like, when it comes around, there's a deer eating in where it wants to eat, and it just like whacks it to the side and kills it. And her whole sequence, honestly, from falling out of the plane to that moment is, I think, really good.
Is that the scene from the trailer where like she like gogoes underwater?
Where she goes under the water? Yeah. Yes.
Cool. That looks like it was shot well. Yeah.
It was. I thought that was a really good sequence, personally.
I have two questions. No, you go first, Brandon.
Well, the Therizinosaurus has long, 3 giant claws on its end, and do you
want me to tell you what Megan called it because she saw it today?
What?
The Babadooksaurus.
God. And so the Therizinosaurus can like digs its claws in. Yeah.
That guy
looks very different in the movie.
In the movie they gave it more of a beak. To highlight its herbivorism.
Gotcha.
I did like that scene also. Ooh, what was I gonna say? I lost it.
2 questions.
Yeah.
Does Vince Vaughn's gymnastic daughter show up in this movie?
It's Ian Malcolm's.
It's Malcolm's
Ian Malcolm. Sorry, it's been a while.
No, Kelly does not show up. Nor is Sarah seen or mentioned.
That's a bummer. Does the Spinosaurus show up in this movie?
No.
Ah, damn it! I love the Spinosaurus.
So Ian. So the first time that Ellie meets Alan, they kind of catch up a bit, and Alan's goes, so how's the? And he's like, the dig's not doing well. He's got Taurus. He's not happy. He hates his life. He's just lonely all the time.
Funding has dried out entirely for his digs, so now it's just a tourist destination.
And he like, Ellie's there, and like she's like, man, you really got this. Like, you're happy. You really found your way there. And he's like, yeah. So how's the kids? Oh, they're good. They're almost 20 years old now. Made me feel old. Screw you. And then like it's like, and Mark and I are done. And everyone in the theater just breathes a sigh of relief.
Of course they are.
Alan and Ellie back together. And that's one of the things that going back to like the inclusion of the original cast, one of the things that I'll be honest, teared up about is there's a final kiss between Ellie and Alan. Finally, they get back together at the end of this movie.
Sure.
I did not need Alan and Ellie to get together. It was not something I needed from this film. I was okay with the decision in Jurassic Park 3, even if I thought it undercut to an amount the theme of Jurassic Park.
I've never forgiven them.
Yes, I understand. You're very, very like needed this. However, that being said, I think they made very much the right call regardless of that they needed to be flirtatious with each other because it gave both actors so much to play with in their dynamic throughout the whole film that made them honestly a joy to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it was the right choice for that. They had multiple things going on in each scene because of that undercurrent between them, where both of them kind of wanted to be with the other, but didn't want to say it. And also like Grant getting weirdly, I think it plays well personally. There's a scene where like Ian pulls Sattler aside and distracts Grant by ordering him the wrong coffee at a bar. Yeah. And so Grant's trying to explain that he doesn't want it while Ian pulls her aside because the coffee machine is loud enough. He can tell her like what floor to go to find the evidence she's looking for. But Grant just sees it as them being very intimate and getting jealous.
Yeah. Ooh. There's one thing that I liked that I thought they were playing with, which is in the beginning, the first time we see Malcolm, he's Jeff Goldblum. He's kind of like playing the company lines, like, yeah, I'm a rock star at the company, he's signing books, and it's like, yeah, this is great. Biosen's wonderful, like, you know, and I'm gonna get you some coffee, 2 coffees. There you go. And then as soon as the thing goes, Ian Malcolm clicks on. He's like, you're right, we're here to do the thing, and I liked that transition a lot.
I did too.
I'm super glad to hear Jeff Goldblum wasn't just Jeff Goldbluming, which is good.
I think there's also a kind of a blurred line there where I think part of it is a decision to try to recapture more of who Malcolm was in the original film than who he was in the second film.
Sure.
And I think that is kind of moving back towards more Jeff Goldblum mannerisms. Sure, he's more of that of himself now, but like the Jurassic Park depiction of Ian Malcolm is much closer to who Jeff Goldblum is all the time than the second one. The second one is a pretty far cry away. And every once in a while that second version of Malcolm kind of shines through. But usually they're trying to play to that original.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the inclusion of the three of them, the way they interplay together is good. And I think we get a lot of good scenes between the three of them. And then when they get connected with the new cast, because they actually spend a lot of the movie separate, the two casts, and then they come together about the beginning of the third act, pretty close to. And
they both get equal time. And I find I never find that like one of them is a more boring plot than the other.
Yeah.
I think that's really important. We have to talk about 2 very important things we haven't touched on. One is Wu. And
I've been waiting. I wanted to say one more thing before we got there.
Okay.
Which is just to cap off what I was saying. Like, there's a scene where Alan saves Ian from falling into the gigas, and I think that's a good scene. And I think when they get together, they also pair up now, but it's the new cast paired up with the old cast, and I think they chose well, like Ellie and Claire, Alan and Owen, Ian and new guy. But there's some good. It creates some good interplay, and I think that's all. I think they mesh and are separated well.
Yeah. So Wu is in this movie, and as per, I guess, is now a trope of the Jurassic World trilogy, Wu has never a consistent motivation from one film to the next, and never is working on the same goal. And in this one, he has made these locusts and apparently regrets it, but almost looks like he's being held hostage at Biosyn.
Yeah, that's the
wasn't
weird thing.
He the bad guy in the last movie?
So it looks like. Well, Eli Mills is the bad guy of the last movie, technically.
Oh, yeah.
So when we first see Wu, it looks like he's a hostage. Like, he's been there and he's not getting a shower. He's a hostage. But it turns out that he is just regretful of making the locusts because he had engineered them to die after a certain point, and none of them are dying. So he's like, this is getting worse because of me, and I feel bad.
Right, and so he needs Macy and Blue's asexual-born raptor daughter. He needs both so he can analyze their DNA for differences, because Blue's child, Beta, is a raptor born asexually as a pure copy of the original with the same DNA, whereas Macy is in fact not a perfect clone. She is actually her mom's daughter, Charlotte Lockwood, who was involved in the making of Jurassic Park and one of the head scientists on Isla Sorna. she inseminated herself to have a daughter who would look like her,
What?
but would genetically not have the terminal disease that she had. And so she changed her DNA, which is something that Wu never learned how to do, and is the key to what he needs to stop the locusts.
See, guys, this is what I meant about the clone stuff to a certain point. Now we're doing like she's her own mom.
Okay,
This isn't Evangelion. Come on.
Okay, look. Okay. It doesn't line up with the last movie at all, because the implication is heavily there that Lockwood and Hammond split because Lockwood was like, hey, human cloning, and Hammond was like, no.
Yeah.
Plus Wu sees Macy and none of this comes up.
Yes.
Oh,
and and now Wu tells Macy that first off, Charlotte Lockwood wasn't the lead scientist of Isla Sorna because she was still a kid when she went to Isla Sorna.
Right, but she was there though, and she was learning fast. They say she lived on Site B with the other scientists in 1986, and we hear Wu in the video because this video.
No.
We hear Wu, Charlotte Lockwood, you get away from there.
Is this like a character is being retconned into the past to make it all make sense, kind of thing?
I mean, but that was already Lockwood.
Oh, okay.
Like that was already Lockwood.
It's just playing off the Lockwood stuff.
Okay.
And that's like that's fine. Like what you wanted, whether or not we needed or wanted it, is you wanted a John Hammond, but you can't get him because he's dead. So you create a new one, and that's fine. And then like to already have this idea, and so like what was their split then? Why did Lockwood and Hammond split if Charlotte was actually the one who made Macy around 2009? So which is way after Hammond dies,
because they didn't write the script yet, and they didn't think about it.
But it's been the same. It's one writer.
No, I know.
How hard is this?
And he's had the same endpoint in mind since he made the first one, as he'll frequently say in interviews.
Yo, man, maybe Locust shouldn't be an Endgame.
I refuse to believe that he was like when he was making Jurassic World and then Locust.
I'm just saying, y'all, he got taken off a Star Wars movie for a reason.
Well, whatever that was gonna be in the past.
You'll love the fates.
The Lockwood daughter thing doesn't really bother me. I think mostly because I care less about that plot point in Fallen Kingdom, so I don't care about it being retconned, to be honest. I like Macy's arc. I like her learning that she's about her mom. I don't mind it. I will acknowledge that like there's an amount of it. There's an amount where like, yeah, you could argue that her arc in this film is undercutting her point at the end of why she freed the dinosaurs. I'm alive and therefore they are, which is a really good point of Fallen Kingdom. But I also think she's just being a teenager, and any teenager going through what she's going through, where she has her parents, but her parents aren't her parents, and feeling like she doesn't really fit in and doesn't understand her past because all of that was thrown at her, and now she has to just be isolated because people are hunting her just because she's a clone. I think that all works fine. I have no problem with it. And I do like that they really do push the arc narrative of not only them acknowledging themselves as Macy's parents, but Macy acknowledging them as parents. It's not just like subtext, it's clear text.
There's a line when the original trio and Macy, because they end up together, they survive the car crash, and she sees Owen and Claire, and she's like, those are my parents.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the end of that arc that she recognizes. I like that. I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah, I do too.
I also liked in the beginning we see Macy helping the construction workers get the apatosauruses out of their construction site.
It's a really nice moment because I think like you get still this involvement of whether it's the old cast seeing them again for the first time, seeing dinosaurs in person for the first time in a while at least. And acknowledging like, boy, you just never get used to it. Or it's the scene with the construction workers where like they've heard that there are dinosaurs. They maybe seen them on the media, sure, but they haven't seen them in person clearly by the way that they're reacting to the apatosauruses. And that's a very sweet like wonder moment of Macy helping them to move the apatosauruses out of their construction zone safely. I thought that was really nice.
I do too.
It's like Jurassic World Dominion at its best.
I know you disagree with this one, Sparks, but I wish there's no way in the script to include Blue, but I don't think Blue gets enough to do in this movie. I think Blue. It's weird to say. I think Blue is one of the most well-rounded characters in the Jurassic World trilogy.
That's saying something then.
Yeah, I really like Blue in both Jurassic World and Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom. I figure if you're gonna do an anthropomorphized animal, then do it well, and I think they did. So having her basically just kind of like sidelined because you can't travel with her in the way where you set the script. It has to be in a specific place. And barring that, I also wish we got more Beta, because as soon as Beta is freed, she's gone for about 45 minutes before they go looking for her again, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish we got more of at least Beta causing some trouble.
Sure. I mean, because really it's just, Macy's not looking for Beta after she sets her free. Yeah. It's Owen has to get to the building, and he looks for her once he gets to the building. He just hasn't gotten to the building yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear you. I don't see it as an issue personally.
Sure.
I'm like Ryan. I'm kind of anti-hero dinosaur outside of Jurassic World.
See, like, I don't necessarily see it as a hero dinosaur. I guess in Blue's case, I do. But like, it's just her. I don't see it anywhere else.
Yeah, I am specifically citing that's why I didn't need Blue in this movie more, because if she is going on the venture with them, then she is a hero dinosaur. Like, it's like, don't worry, we'll call our friend Blue. Go get the Atrociraptors. And I'm really glad we didn't do that.
And you're absolutely right. Like the setting the script in Italy, you can't. They're not taking her. Blue's not on this trip
Just
with
give
them.
her a big mustache.
Alan. Like, I don't know. I think the workaround is just a different script. Quite honestly, I think that's just how you fix everything. It's just write a different script. But I just think that you have set up Blue in these two films to kind of look. You know what? I'm gonna scratch the Blue topic, because like it leads into what I think is this film ends the Jurassic World trilogy and the Jurassic Park franchise with a whimper and not a bang.
That was my final question. What is because this is the cap off of the saga or whatever. Like, what are the final moments of the saga? What's happening? What's in the world? Like, what's the state of the world at the end of this?
It's pretty much where we ended Fallen Kingdom.
No, it's a little more than that, because Grant, Sattler, and Malcolm are going to court to bring out the information about Biosyn and set higher grounds for a natural preserve. Like, the idea is that they're going to be the four minds of the momentum going forward on where the dinosaurs are, what to do about them. I think it goes out well for all of our human characters. I think it's a good end point to all of our human characters. I think it leaves everything about the dinosaurs kind of up in the air.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
So all of the human characters get to the...
Ooh.
His internet is probably real bad.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be back soon. While we're waiting, I'll say a different point. There's a moment with Wu where he's able to be with the group. Like, he walks in hobbling like he's the hostage that he is, holding his briefcase, and he's like, it's my fault, I made a mistake. And everyone recognizes him because they've met him before.
They met him once 30 years ago.
Well, right, but like he's been in the papers.
No, I know.
Also, because they blamed Jurassic World on him.
Dr. Wu.
Yeah, and so he comes and is like, it's my fault if we did this, and like they have to like. He then joins the group and is like with them for the rest of the adventure. Not like they're escaping at that point, but
gotcha.
I mean, that was all right. I wonder if Sparks is going to come back.
Yeah, he'll text us probably.
Yeah.
Is there a post-credit scene?
No post-credit scene.
Interesting.
It does end with Wu in a field of reeds, walking in with the new bioengineered locust that's going to spread the disease to the other locusts. And here's Sparkles. And he has got the locust, and he sets the locust free.
The good locust.
Yes, Sparks. Hello. Oh, Sparks, I think you're delayed.
Yeah. Well, that's the end of Jurassic Park. Unless you guys have any more thoughts, I'm questioned out.
Well, let me see. I wrote a Velociraptor scene sucks. I don't really care for it. Oh, I guess that's it. I wrote quite a bit. Sparks, do you have anything left?
I think that with expectations properly aligned to what the previous two outings of the Jurassic World trilogy have been, I don't think that this was necessarily a far reach away from what those films gave you. And I think going in with the proper I shouldn't say that because I don't think that's accurate. I think going in and not having a lot writing on it to me benefited me in the sense that like I felt rewarded by a fun and what I thought ultimately strung together well enough narrative for what it was doing. I don't think it's breaking the mold. I don't think it's doing anything bold or new, and I wouldn't say it's the conclusion to now what would be the large Jurassic franchise that I would have wanted.
Mhm.
But I think that there's more fun to be had here personally than there is in Fallen Kingdom upon future rewatches, just because of the value of I think the human character plot and getting our original characters back, our lead trilogy characters back, and them being so dang good and fun to watch. It kind of almost makes it rival Jurassic World to me. But I don't know. I'd have to watch it again. Right now, I at least hold it on pretty equal footing to Fallen Kingdom, probably favoring this more.
As you probably aware, I'm the opposite there, because of how much I enjoy Fallen Kingdom now. But that's not to say who knows where I'll be in a couple of years. Like, I did a complete 180 on Fallen Kingdom. Like, who knows? I could love this movie the next time I watch it.
I doubt it.
I mean, I doubted it with Fallen Kingdom.
Yeah, I don't
know.
Brandon hated Fallen Kingdom.
Yeah.
And now I love it.
Yeah.
How did I
it.
feel? Because I remember being like, whatever.
I'm pretty sure you hated it.
Yeah. Whatever.
Right. Nobody liked it. When we talked about it, nobody liked it.
Okay.
So two things. Just to cap off the Wu discussion. He's the worst character in the trilogy. He doesn't so inconsistently written. It doesn't go to anywhere. It's dumb.
You're right. We didn't really like put the final stamp on that. It's really, really baffling to have set up Wu the way they did in Jurassic World, and like to get to this point, and like there's no consistency between his three appearances. There's no sense of like an arc. Like in many ways, like I at least hoped that what it would be is that as we were starting to learn the plot of this film and the stuff about Macy's mom Charlotte, I thought that what it was going to be is that he was obsessively like mad that he never figured out what Charlotte figured out with DNA sequencing, and that had driven him kind of over the board and obsessed with Macy. And like the fact that we don't get Wu eaten by a dinosaur or anything like that is kind of like a okay, I guess. It never feels like they had a clear idea of what they were doing with him.
Yeah, it sucks because they set him up twice. They just keep setting him up. The second time he just gets knocked out and leaves the movie.
Oh wow.
That was Fallen Kingdom. Yeah, I just kind of wish that like they did think about it, or if they did, they followed through, because something didn't happen that they thought they wanted or whatever.
Yeah, it's just a bummer because like I probably, when I eventually do watch this, I'll be able to get some enjoyment. Like I know already I'm gonna love laser pointer dinosaur assassination. That sounds great in my book. Everything else is just like, I just really can't connect with Owen or Claire. But maybe this will be the movie that does it for me.
I have one more. If you have one more thing, go ahead.
No, I mean.
At the end of the film, they set this up a little bit. They say we have some of the Nublar dinosaurs in this place. At the very end of the film, we see the two remaining T-Rexes from Isla Nublar, the mom and the baby T-Rexes from the Lost World. They were in Camp Cretaceous recently, so it was cool to see the T-Rex Rexy from Sorna interacting with the two Nublar dinosaurs, two Nublar T-Rexes.
That's cool.
That was cool.
Right. what Brandon's referencing there, I thought was really nice because as I pointed out to him, he didn't know this before. Rexy from Jurassic Park Classic and the T-Rexes from the Lost World Jurassic Park, they're different look. They have a different color pattern and design to them. I personally really like the Lost World one, so when they show up here and they don't look the same, I was really appreciative that they didn't just like retcon them into also being the same color pattern and everything as Rexy, that they acknowledge like these are two different looking T-Rexes.
Yeah, that's cool.
Dodson's death, we touched on it, but like the Dilophosaurus is in this movie twice. There's multiple. Dodson is in this underground like speed tunnel, bullet tunnel, whatever pill that he's running through, and that gets shut down, and he decides to leave it by going out the front, and then the Dilophosaurus is standing there waiting for it.
Not for nothing, the guy playing Dodson does make some interesting choices with like mannerisms and quirks to the character to try to make him stand out. And I don't think that's meaningless.
Mm-hmm. All right. Why don't we rate it?
Pretty much the same as I give Fallen Kingdom. It's about 7 out of 10. I
will give it a 6. I think I'm actually going at 5.5 at this point, the more I think about it. Yeah, I'm not... I think it's...
You feel how you feel.
I think it's fine. Maybe I went in with the wrong expectations.
The thing for me is like, even if it's just a fine movie, like when you're doing this finality, this final epic, you know, you're doing your end game, you're Rise of Skywalker. I just want you to like, again, I haven't seen the movie, but like I could tell like there wasn't as much thought as something like an Endgame. Like I just want them to treat the final one with like respect and care. And it's just like they're just putting out a big blockbuster and like just have a little bit of care. Like
at the very least, the second time I watched Fallen Kingdom, I acknowledged it was a lot of fun. Like at the very least, I was hoping to have a good time, but quite honestly, it just made me sad.
Yeah,
I did have a good time. I think that there is respect and care. It's just not in every compartment that you necessarily want to be with this franchise. Okay. I guess I emerge in some ways grateful because I think I went in the most nervous that what was going to be mishandled was the original characters.
Yeah, me too.
And the new characters to an extent, but specifically like integrating the original characters. And the fact that I think that's one of the highlights of the film has me pretty high on it.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't want to be mean. Like I feel like I'm trying to be as positive as I can, so I'm gonna stick with my 6.
Sure.
6 out of 10. All right, it's a little late, but do we want to do the book club?
Yeah.
We've already pushed it one week. I don't think we should push it another.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Sparkles.
I'm so sorry. I'm a bad podcast, bro. Ben did send me his thoughts about Dominion real quick. There are parts I love it. There are parts I love and parts I cringed at. The dinosaur action was fun and tense, but there were times that the acting was not the greatest. It was mostly the beginning parts of the movie where I wasn't a fan of, but once they got in the valley, it had my attention. 6 out of 10.
Same as me. Cool.
So that's where he's at. Okay, cool. All right. Let me get my stuff open here.
So Sparkles, like last week, it was once again your turn.
That's true. So what we're doing is Vader Dark Visions, and this is a section of 5 stories. They're all written by Dennis Hallam. The first one has art by Paolo Villanelli, and the second by Brian Level, and the third by David Lopez and Javi Pina.
Oh yeah.
The fourth by Lee Lowridge. By Stephen Mooney and Lee Lowridge, and the fifth by Geraldo Boris and Marcio Menez.
Lovely.
So there are 5 separate stories. Let's just go through them one at a time, I think. Let's talk about the first one. What did you guys think of this? This is the one where Vader falls out of the sky.
Vader on a horse.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I like this being an anthology. I knew they're all going to be different stories, but how different each one is really cool and unique. The first one being he's a hero without them knowing who he really is. Really cool idea, and like the fact that he might have just killed them, but the Force basically saved them in a way. Like at the end, really cool, unique kaiju big battle story. Love it.
This is my least favorite.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I wasn't crazy about this one. I think there's some good imagery. I really like the kaiju design. I really like Vader on that horse is a cool image.
Mhm.
But I was not crazy about this one. I like the book a lot more as we went through the other stories.
That's fair.
Why? Can I ask why?
It just kind of fell flat for me. I like the angle of it, of like the it's telling the story of Vader, and it loops, and then it loops, like it's like a loop, right? Like where it ends, he's like, okay, now I'm going to tell you the story about Darth Vader, as we've been hearing his narration of the story of Darth Vader. And I like it. It just ultimately, for some reason, somehow, some way, just fell flat.
That's fair. I find it interesting that that this is the least interesting one, because I find the ones near the end of the book more like standard, as opposed to like this is like, I didn't expect this from the book, whereas like the ones in the later ones I'm like, oh yeah, this is absolutely what I expected. But that's, I mean, that's fair. They're all, I think they're all unique in their own way, which is cool.
Yeah. I think that oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Nope.
I'm way off. I'm sorry. I really like the first one. I like Vader as perceived as this heroic figure, this noble Black Knight who's come to save our planet from this monster. And the narration of the kid who's like, I'm a fool who should have run. I should have run because I'm going to die. I'm going to be killed by the Ender, and then Vader force pushing him out of the way to fight the monster, and he sees it as like an act of saving.
Get out of the way.
I just think that's all so good.
This also, correct me if I'm wrong, but like a lot of these stories are kind of connected. Like they have connective tissue of like the rebel who's like stolen this plan, and like the battle that Darth Vader is in. He like comes in from with the Doctor. There's like I think there's a small connective tissue throughout that starts in this, in the battle at the beginning of this.
I see what you're saying. I suppose that could be there. It's not overtly clear enough, I think, but I get what you're going with there.
Yeah, like different perspectives along the same kind of plot line.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that first one's pretty neat. I like the art a lot.
Yeah. The scale,
I like the
scale
idea
of it.
This idea of yeah, I think like if you did a Vader Disney Plus series, I'd want to see a part where he's perceived incorrectly by a population.
This is
I said that I really like this one. I might have even said it's my favorite, but the second one is probably my favorite. Go ahead, Ryan.
This first one could absolutely be in like an episode of Visions, where you see people perceive Vader as a hero, and you just see a Black Knight in a way. Yeah, that'd be cool.
What's the second one?
So the second one is the one where you have the Commander Tylex, who is he radios in the report because they didn't capture the rebel spy, and the underling convinces him that but in many ways isn't this a victory? And he's like, yes, you're right. I suppose report to Darth Vader that we're doing quite well. Report to them. And it's like, oh, good, sir, great. Darth Vader's on his way to pick up the rebel spy, and then he's like, oh God. And he flashes back to what happens to people who fail him, and he gets so driven mad by it that he goes, the paneling they do with the Star Destroyer so many of the pages. Yep. I love this issue.
Oh yeah.
This is actually my second favorite issue.
Oh, nice.
This has my favorite page, which is if I can.
Oh,
I got you.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah.
The Star Destroyer going through the asteroid worm is in it's big. We're bigger.
Yeah. The absolute
go through the asteroid field.
The absolute insanity and determination that this guy has, because he knows he's gonna die unless he gets this rebel. So he will kill everyone that he needs to and destroy his own crew if he needs to get where he needs to.
The horrible thing is through this crusade, his entire crew died except for him. And Vader shows up and he's just like, you were warned about failure,
Yeah, it's this is another.
I think it's
it's okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I think this is a stupid good issue, both in the visualization of the story it's telling with the commander and just the narrative of it. I think they do such a good job. Just the shot of his eyes at the moment when he hears Darth Vader is coming is so good. Just the like fear that like grips him. I think that's such a good just Vader story that Vader's not even in that much, but it tells you so much about Vader. Vader's in the very end and in one flashback page, but otherwise it's the mere idea of Vader that is driving this story.
It's his presence alone that drives the fear. Yeah. And you know what's the opposite of fear? Love.
Is that the next issue?
That's the next issue.
It's the next issue.
That's my favorite. I love that issue. I think that issue is I love it's the Harley Quinn thing of like she's seeing everything that Vader has done. Like she sees like the Victorian era, like the Bridgerton Vader. And he's like, you will never like hearing James Earl Jones's voice in my head when he's like choking at the thing to protect her honor. And he's like, he did that to protect my honor.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, it's like turns into like the Lost City of D, like fantasy cover model stuff. And really fun.
And like she collects things that Vader leaves, that Vader like falls off of Vader when he comes in for a battle, and he's like, "It's our love is too pure." And she goes the ending where she just goes so insane that she goes into Vader's chambers and it's like it's unlocked because he loves me and he wants me to come in. It's unlocked because no one dares to go in.
It's basically like she goes up to him and she does like the shh. I know what you're trying to say, but you won't say it, so I'll say it for you. And then he kills her.
Yes.
It's so good.
It's incredible. It's an incredible issue.
His sad eyes just looking at her like, what is this? Like, what is going on? Get this garbage out of here. Like, just, oh my gosh.
Yeah. I love this issue.
Yeah.
I think it's really good. I think that this sick hero worship is so done so well to this extent of like, what if she convinced herself of this tale?
Yeah.
Her picking up stuff of his and she's like, oh, he's leaving me things, little secrets. This is for me and me alone. Like, oh my God.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think it's a super good issue. I think they did a great job. The switch from the art, the standard art is pretty good, like what you're seeing most of the time. But then when you switch into like her fantasy art is so good. They get the romance cover idea of it, the just the fantastical elements, the paintbrushes. It all looks so good. I do love this issue.
Yeah, the artist is David Lopez for the regular stuff, and I remembered he did All New Wolverine with Tom Taylor, and I was like, that's where I recognize that guy. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Issue 4.
Let's go on to issue 4. I think for me this is probably the weakest personally. I like it, but it's just not quite as strong as I want it to be. I do like the impression of this guy who like had this fear to pull the trigger and he gets overconfident, and then when faced with Vader, like he falls all apart over again. I think the best part about it is frankly at the very end when you get the mesh of the rebels being destroyed, and at the very bottom is like his face overlain next to Vader's.
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry, I failed. I just couldn't do it.
Oh, yeah. I think the art, Stephen Mooney is a terrific artist. I think the art's really good. I just found this to be again kind of just pedestrian. It didn't have a hook for me like the other ones really did.
Yeah, I don't think this was my least favorite. I will admit not to enjoying this one very much, but I like the story that it was telling and the parallel of the guy who basically got everyone killed because he couldn't pull the trigger and then did it again when faced with Vader. I liked it enough.
Yeah,
I do like that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I do like that Vader's sharp enough to recognize, like, I don't need to blow up this one. I can trail this one. Senses like the weakness in him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then 5.
5 is the one with the bar. and the bartender who welcomes all sides of the war, but Darth Vader does not obey those rules.
Yeah.
And I think what's wonderful about this one is both like the hallucinations his fear creates when he gets poisoned, but also the fact that if he just hadn't picked that one specific thing, yeah, that's great art. If he had not picked that one specific thing, I also like this piece, then Vader wouldn't be chasing him. It's because he picked the specific bag that he did that he's getting hunted.
Give it to me.
Yeah,
this one, again, it is kind of like a simple story of just like a guy getting chased by Vader, but the hallucination stuff and the art is just exceptional. I really love the colors. The imagery is really good. The paneling is very good. Like some of the first issues. I like this one a lot.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Why do you hate Darth Vader, Brandon?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Darth Lord.
I think it's a nice little bite-sized story telling you about like this. I like the idea of a place where like the war is put aside outside of these walls. Like you in here, you put down your weapons. It's all good. And then Vader comes in, and Vader's like, "That doesn't apply to me. That doesn't apply to me at all." the bar guy just freaking out. Everybody that tries to fight Vader just getting mowed through. I think that's a ton of fun. Like my whole point of like showcasing these was not necessarily like I want to see these specific stories adapted, but like if we were to get a Vader spinoff, because there's been a lot of buzz about it in the light of Obi-Wan Kenobi and Hayden Christensen being cast, is the kind of richness you can have with Vader just as Vader, even as the mere idea of Vader. You don't even need Vader in a ton of the episodes to instill storytelling in the universe.
Absolutely.
Just remember the meme where it's like, I want my own spinoff. Anakin, the whole saga is your spinoff.
Yeah.
That's
finale.
true. It's very funny, but I do think that this showcases. Sorry, Ryan. This showcases what's so strong about the potential of the storytelling that can surround the figure.
Yeah, again, like the different like perspectives of Vader, of like they're not all that he's the villain. Like some people don't even know who he is, and they just see him as, again, like a knight. Is really cool. I love the finale of this, that Vader doesn't kill the guy. He just leaves him you can't see it. He leaves him just drugged up and like riddled, like in a like a broken cabin or whatever. And I'm like, he has some mercy for crazy drugged out people. Like he's not totally merciless.
He remembers what it was like on Coruscant with the death sticks.
Oh, you want some death sticks?
You want to go home and rethink your life. I want to go home and rethink my life.
I love the idea of this, and I wish there would be more. I don't know if there's more, but I like the idea of it a lot.
Darn, my tablet has decided to update at the most inopportune time.
Oh no!
Whatever will I do without reading the outro to this show?
We just can't. We can't end the. Oh, do we know Ben's book club?
Yes, we do. So Ben and I talked about it in advance because I realized right after we talked about doing this one that I realized that there was maybe a better one I should have picked. And I talked to Ben about it, and Ben was like, you know what, I'm going to take that one because I almost retracted this one. And so Ben's is from the Journals of Obi-Wan Kenobi, which is 7 issues from the Star Wars run, detailing from the Journals of Obi-Wan Kenobi, kind of helping us to tie in more of talking about the show.
That's the one that collects the various Obi-Wan Kenobi issues from the main Star Wars title.
Ooh,
right.
I'm
it's
just gonna,
7 issues.
I'm just gonna real quick see how that is on Marvel Unlimited.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a collection, you say?
Yeah,
it's its own collection. I can tell you the issue numbers if we need to.
Oh, then yeah, it's just probably under Star Wars number 31 or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what those are in our text thread.
Okay.
Yeah. I think one of them is like Star Wars 7 or Star Wars 6.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to wing this one as much as I can. That's the show, guys. Thank you.
5-star runtimes.
Yeah, we had a lot to cover. I think we did a good job. We got a lot of good stuff in this show.
Juicy.
All right, guys. Happy anniversary once again. This is our anniversary. Our 6th year anniversary has ended 35 minutes ago.
Hot dog.
And it's been a wild ride, and here's to 6 more years. We can, of course, check out all sorts of things next week. Sorry, trying to remember how I do this specifically. Next week is Lightyear, Pixar's newest film, Lightyear. If you want, by the way, Sparks was kind enough to put up the our little Pixar celebration as its own video. If you want to
Yeah.
watch that, if you want to watch or listen, if you want to watch that before you see Lightyear, it'd be cool. Okay, so stay tuned for all of that. I think after that, I'm not too sure what's actually after that. Oh, the black phone, maybe.
Ring, ring, ring.
Yeah, why not?
Hello,
right.
It's murder.
Hello, murder here. Okay. So, like this video, subscribe to this channel. You can find all sorts of shows, such as Fake Nerds Watch. We've mentioned it up top, but there's tons of Fake Nerds Watch shows coming. Concurrently, you can find Obi-Wan Kenobi, The Boys, Stranger Things, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, upcoming Miss Marvel. Lots of Fake Nerds Watches that you can go. Mag, always a gentleman, says, "Good night, gang. Stay safe. Happy
Bye,
anniversary. Catch you
Bye,
later.
Mag.
Thank you, sir."
You're the best. You're the best.
All right. And of course, we got Basement Arcade. We have Basement Arcade pause menu, which I believe a new episode coming soon. Sparks.
It depends. Ben and I haven't touched base about it. But we'll definitely have the pause menu for the summer game fest.
Very cool. And we also have Fake Nerd Book Club and
Choo choo, choo choo.
Animation Station. Thank you so much, Animation Station. You can find all those shows on this YouTube channel. If you like this video and you subscribe to this channel, some of them are even audio. If you're listening to the audio, you can check those out on their own feed, I'm sure. We have a Patreon and we have a TeePublic. If you want to support us financially, that'd be great. That'd be wonderful. You can find all those links below in our description, or you can find them on our website at fakenerdpodcast.com, which is also linked below. Fake Nerd Podcast on all the social medias, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. FakeNerdGuys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BT McClure. I didn't say thank you.
Don't forget our homies with the music and the logos.
I didn't say thank you. See, this is why I gotta have this thing in front of me. So thank you to everyone who supports us. Thank you to everyone who listens to us. Thank you to everyone who who watches the rewind. Thank you to everyone who watches us live. We greatly appreciate all of you guys. Thank you to our good friend Jeremy Vellucci. You can find him at Jeremy Vellucci Keyboards on Instagram, and he does all the music you've heard tonight. All the music you've heard tonight and all the music you hear on all of our shows, that's Jeremy Vellucci. You'll find his podcast, Suburban Proctologist Official, with a new logo. Actually, they put up a new logo for that. Suburban Proctologist Official on Instagram, Subproc Podcast on Twitter? Facebook. No, it's reverse. It's Subproc Podcast on Instagram, Suburban Proctologist Official on Facebook.
That's true.
I got there. Mike Matola. Thank you to Mike Matola. He did a couple of our logos for us. And, of course, big collaborator over our journey through this. You can find him at Mike Matola on Instagram and TikTok. Yeah. Okay. Now, fakenerdguys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm a BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. I also write for Screen Rant, where I put up a bunch of Jurassic World Dominion reviews, lists. You can also find my writings on Atomic Geekdom, where I'm going through 50 of the most defining moments of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, called Revisiting the Infinity Saga. 37 is in the description below. There's also another article if you're interested in hearing more of my thoughts on Jurassic World. You'll have a ton of it, but you also have an article on Atomic Geekdom about the Indominus Rex that you could check out. And I edit Kaijurama Media, where I forgot that I put up a piece on Monday about the second season of Godzilla, the Hanna-Barbera animated series, finally coming to YouTube.
Screonk.
Ben, of course, you can find at BenMagnet27 on Instagram and Twitter, and you can find his writings on Go Nintendo, Old School Gamer Magazine, and Fusion Gaming Magazine. Check those out. And Ryan.
Hey guys, you can find me everywhere on the internet at DJ Tony Snark 616. You can find me live on Twitch and YouTube when my brain lets me.
And Sparks.
Real quick, I did forget, again, bad podcast bro, Ben also said about the Vader anthology book for the Fake Nerd Book Club, that the book, he didn't say a lot. The book was great, and the story with the love-struck girl was my favorite. Great stories all throughout.
Beautiful.
Cool. Okay. I'm Sparks Witty. You can find me at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZ Witty, just waiting to go to infinity and beyond.
Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcast, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate it. Like this video and subscribe to our channel. Until next time you see us, guys, stay fake nerds.